Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live now on a Tuesday. We hope you all had a fantastic Labor Day weekend. A lot of you were with us yesterday with our live show. But as we do on Tuesday after Labor Day, there'll be a lot of still reflecting on Week 1 action. We'll get to that. We had Monday night action, so we'll start off with that and Clemson's win over Georgia Tech. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford is back there. So, too, is Taylor Korn, who's handling all of our social media this morning. Remember, hit the thumbs up button. Scroll down, like, subscribe, hit the thumbs up.
Never tried to overwhelm you, but I feel my reasons overdue. Once collected, now it seems we're two. Unabated, though frustrated, explanations can't seem to pull through as we travel over lines we drew. Contemplate you for the reasons that just won't pull through. It's the season that we try anew. From persuasion to abrasion, it's this cause you start to always lose as we travel over lines we drew.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live on a Wednesday, LT and Rockstar will be out at Odie's later tonight. Looking forward to that on Trivia Night. Brown on Thursday night's got Hey Coach over in Tuscaloosa with Nick Saban. And we'll tell you more stuff that's happening this week with us later on. No talk about our fantasy football draft from last night, but if you would like to go watch it, it is still up on our video platforms as we had a good time up here. Thanks to Champy's Chicken. I don't know if we told them thanks enough last night. We enjoyed the food to the wee hours of the morning, so thank you to Sterling and that crew out there. And we have a lot to get to on the show today. Tom Luginbill up first, joining us at 10 o'clock. We will get to him and talk about a ton of college football. But, guys, as we get rolling here, let's start off with the big news for Wake Forest, one of those top 25 teams. That Sam Hartman medical situation cleared up pretty quickly. He misses game one, road game with Vandy, which without Sam Hartman looked like, it could be an interesting football game. With Sam Hartman now, everyone leans way to Wake Forest, but he's coming back.
Yeah, and wondering what this number is going to do. You know, it opened at 13. It kind of held around 13, and it's still not 100% he's going to play. He's been cleared to play. I assume Dave Clawson will play him. If you didn't watch Sam Hartman play, not only is he the best-looking quarterback in football, we decided that, right,
Yes,
Brown?
we did. I mean, guy's a good-looking man. I don't know if Dunaway was here for that. Were you here for Sam Hartman Day?
I was not here for that
Rock
Sam
star.
Hartman discussion, Dave.
Rockstar. Can you pull up a Sam Hartman mugshot?
So not only is he a good-looking guy, 11-3 last year, an ACC Atlantic Division title, while he accounted for 50 touchdowns, the guy can play. One of the more, maybe the most underrated quarterback in college football last year.
I got to find the one we looked at. Oh, boy. He's had a lot of photos. I think that was it, yeah. I mean, Dunaway. As soon as this thing loads, you tell me that's not a good
Anyway, with
quarterback.
that said, Sam Hartman is a difference maker, obviously, at quarterback. I still think they probably beat Vanderbilt without Sam Hartman, but if he's cleared to play, why not play him?
I know. You think you would, or at least try to ease him in. And what do you think there, Jim? Not my cup of tea.
I don't know. Yeah. I think he's a very attractive guy. I mean, I can't see whether he's got a swimmer or soccer's body and a headshot there. So that's usually how I roll with guys.
The last one I saw was 404. Page not found.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Scott Forrester. Actually, was the first one. We were getting ready for the draft last night. He goes, "Did you see the Sam Hartman news?" I was like, "No," and I feared the worst because he's coming back. I was like, "That's Vandy's luck right there." I mean, Vandy. My dad was the first one I heard say it, like after the Hawaii game. Hey, Vandy's going to be 4-0 coming into the Bama game. That Elon game was a much tougher out than Vandy wanted it to be, by the way.
Yeah, and I don't think they're beating Wake Forest.
I don't think they are either, but this is such Vandy luck that your best chance of beating Wake Forest is Sam Hartman not playing.
You know, this whole thing was strange, though. You know, he underwent surgery on August 9th. When the news first broke, you know, some people were saying, I think he might have cancer. This could be something really, really bad. Turns out to be a blood clot, and I'm really shocked that it's been cleared up this quickly.
Yeah, modern medicine, but it's cleared up by the Wake Forest medical professionals. We'll see if he plays against Vandy. Everyone's expecting that to happen. The other quarterback in that game, Mike Wright, he's got 10 touchdowns in 2 games. He's been everything Vandy had hoped he would be. I was really excited about that game, and I'll keep an eye on it, see what Vandy can do with their first real challenge of the year off to a 2-0 start. And we'll see if they can get to 3-0 by upsetting a Wake Forest team that had dropped down to number 23 in the rankings, went down one spot. We'll talk about the new AP poll that came out late after our show yesterday, after Brownie tells us about the great folks at NASCAR. We're speeding towards week 2 of college football. They're speeding deeper into their playoffs.
Yellowwood 500 weekend, and right in the middle of that playoffs is a crucial race at the Talladega Super Speedway. 877-GO-TO-DEGA is how you get on board with it. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It is the 2022 Yellowwood 500. That is on Sunday, October 2nd. The weekend starts Friday, September 30th, and that includes the Chase Rice Saturday night concert there in the infield. Your ticket to a Sunday race gets you into that. It starts at 7:30. Bailey Zimmerman is the opening act. They've also got a great deal for college students. You can see all of that in a kids program, all those things at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA to guarantee your spot in the 2022 Yellowwood 500 weekend at Talladega Superspeedway.
Okay, for those that are on audio, I will give you the entire top 25 first, just so you can know what we're doing as we go along here. But then I want to hit some high notes and get you guys' reaction for that. But our AP top 25 that you'll see here with Forrester will throw up. Alabama is number 1, 44 first-place votes. We'll talk more about that. Georgia has got 17 first-place votes. They're second. Ohio State with 2 first-place votes. 2 people holding on there. They're number 3. then Michigan and Clemson rounding out the top 5. Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Baylor, USC in the top 10. Oklahoma State, Florida is 12 from unranked, much more on that. Utah 13, Michigan State, Miami at 15, Arkansas at 16, Pitt is 17, NC State is 18, then Wisconsin and Kentucky at 20, BYU 21, Ole Miss is 22, just mentioned Wake at 23, Tennessee is in at 24, and number 25 is Houston. Oregon drops all the way out after their loss from number 11 to out by getting just blitzed by Georgia. Let's start first, break this down a couple of ways. First, the top 3, which we discussed yesterday. Alabama with 44 first-place votes. Georgia gets 10 of those first-place votes from Alabama and jumps Ohio State. They get a few from Ohio State, too. So basically 10 votes from Alabama, 4 votes from Ohio State of those first-place votes. Georgia's now number 2 overall. Don't really have a problem with any of that. Georgia looked that good.
You know, we had Mark in our chat room yesterday was talking about, Ohio State, should they just play a directional team next year instead of a top 5 team? Because I was going to say 2 points on Georgia. Eye test, just watching the game, they look like the best team in college football, at least in week 1. And then the second part of that, they played what was a top 15 team in Oregon and beat them soundly, scored touchdowns on their first 7 drives. Now, Ohio State obviously played what is still a top 10 team. They just didn't look as impressive offensively as we're used to Ohio State looking.
Well, I think the issue is, and I'm surprised it's an issue with coaches, to be honest with you. They are normally not the type to do this. I am not at all surprised that the media would react this way, is we had one expectation for how that game went, and it didn't go according to our expectations. So you automatically say, wait a minute, and I've asked the question this week, I'm as guilty as anyone. Did we overvalue Ohio State? Did we undervalue Notre Dame? That's all, and I hate to sound like Nick Saban here, but it's something like he would say. That's all based on your expectation. Why did you have that expectation, Jim? Why did you have that expectation?
Well, my expectation, I liked Ohio State's performance. I thought it was a better performance than if they had blitzed Notre Dame.
I'm playing Coach Saban here. But, don't you think that's what's at play here is people expected, you and I expected this, Lance. We expected Ohio State to win that game by 21-28, something like that.
But I'm confused, though. You think it's a better performance than if they would have blitzed them?
Yeah, in the long run. I think it's going to help Ohio State that they won with their – what is it? The right hand with their left hand tied behind their back, the right hand, whatever their dominant hand is, it was tied behind their back.
They finally won with defense.
Yeah, and they won running the football. They were forced to do it differently than the way they had to win games or won games last year. It'll benefit them long term when they get to the games where they can't just throw it all over the field, where they have to maybe muscle up and get in the trenches. I'll say it with a couple of SEC teams, with Georgia and Alabama.
Well, I see your point there, and I don't disagree because I think this Jim Knowles defense is going to get better each and every week, and I think the offense is going to be just fine. I think it's just because voters weren't used to seeing Ohio State win like this.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, you had an expectation.
Georgia had the sexy win.
Well, we've gotten to the point where we value offense more than we value defense.
Yep. That's the era we're in. The vast majority of AP voters did not watch a play of Alabama-Utah State. They saw 55-0. They're like, Alabama beat Utah State just like I thought they would. Keep them there. They watched probably Oregon-Georgia, and they thought, man, did Georgia look good. They dominated Oregon. I was voting Oregon 11th. They dominated them. You watched Ohio State, Notre Dame. That was the prime game, and you had a certain set of expectations that didn't meet it. But here's the other thing, Jim. Fans get frustrated by things like this. I always, and as you know, you got frustrated at the way I voted in the Associated Press poll. You didn't like my method, and a lot of people didn't. But my point has always been the only poll that matters, I only have to get it absolutely 100% right in the last one. If I've got Ohio State wrong right here, if I drop them to 3, if they go undefeated, it's going to take care of itself. If they lose a game or two, I'm right already. You understand my point? I
do. A lot of stuff to get to in this poll outside of the top 3, including Michigan now, which jumps 4 spots up. 4 spots up. Your thoughts on Michigan jumping that high up? Did you see that from Michigan, who's still deciding their quarterback moving forward?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's more of an indictment on Clemson and how they played Monday night. The game, as you mentioned, was a lot closer than the 31-point outcome. So I mean, Michigan, Clemson on the field right now, I lean Clemson, but, I wouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I don't know. Look, I watched some of Michigan, Colorado State. Colorado State was just overwhelmed, and we're not going to know a lot about Michigan in these first 3 games. They get Hawaii, who is just awful. They get Hawaii this weekend. I mean, I'm going to have to wait to see a little more from Michigan in their conference schedule. But they certainly did what they were supposed to do against Colorado State. You can't take that away from them.
But if perception is everything, and the perception all off season is that we're moving to 2 power conferences. We've got 2 SEC teams and 2 Big Ten teams in the top 4 right now, and that's the way it looks. Clemson, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Baylor. Then there's USC, who gets a big 4-spot jump as well, just like Michigan up to number 10. USC, everybody wanted to see them on the field. They scored a lot of points. 3 of them were defensive pick 6 touchdowns, which I don't think we talked about enough, that their defense was scoring at a rate that is unbelievable. And now here they are at number 10 and trending up with game day coming to town, and they get the national stage this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how they handle this because, I said this weeks ago, this team, when you come together and you've got 25 transfers and you're playing with this swagger, and you go out and you dominate a team like you did this past weekend, and a Rice team that's not any good at all, and now you've got to go to Stanford and take on a team that beat you by 14 last year, you just wonder where the mindset's going to be for USC. Do they just believe they can roll out there and just walk Stanford off the field? If they believe that, they've got problems this week.
Yeah, your thoughts on USC?
I mean, I didn't get to watch the game, so I'm going on what Lance has said and the limited highlights I saw. Those highlights are pretty much designed to make USC look good because that's all they did. I mean, Lance, I think you immediately saw a Lincoln Riley impact in that game, though.
Oh, look,
I mean, a Clay Helton offense doesn't do what that offense did.
I saw old school USC speed, even on the defense. Dunaway mentioned the 3 return touchdowns, the 3 pick 6s. But, they had some problems with Rice early running the football, which kind of scares me, but they made the adjustments. Alex Grinch, much like Jim Knowles, made the adjustment, and they shut them out in the second half, 35-0.
Like I thought you saw an immediate Billy Napier impact on Florida. Immediate. They looked different. LSU, to my surprise, didn't look any different under Brian Kelly. I thought you saw the same LSU. I didn't think you see it. It looked like an Ed Orgeron team to me. I didn't get to watch that game because it was on Pac-12 Network, but I think from what I can gather, you actually saw a Lincoln Riley impact. So I find that interesting. These first-year coaches, did you see an immediate impact?
Yeah, look, I think there's attitude with this USC team, and there's talent now. I mean, he brought in 25 guys, including a Shane Lee from Alabama that, I saw USC fans were raving about him. Just talking about we haven't seen a linebacker like this in a while.
The Florida jump after Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie AG. That's a big play on MyBookie AG this week. What are you doing with Kentucky and Florida, a game that maybe has swung around a couple of times throughout the summer, and so too is the draft expectations of Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. Kentucky's got some running back depth issues, unless Rodriguez plays, which I'm betting on, at mybookie.ag.
Hey, did you bring a gift today, Dunaway?
I did not.
You know what today is, don't you?
I don't. What is it?
Rams Eve.
It's the eve of the Rams.
It is Rams Eve.
Sorry, Lance, I forgot the gift.
That's okay.
Hey, Bills and Rams kick off the NFL regular season tomorrow night. Now is the time to prepare for your winning season at mybookie.ag. If you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most with your money in a double deposit bonus. Here's how it works. So you deposit $250, $500 in your account, and you can use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you desire. To claim your bonus, register today. Use promo code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag. Promo code NEXTROUND. This is designed to add more excitement to the games and sports you love. Bet on team win totals, predict the Super Bowl winner, or use the MyBookie prop builder and secure the bag today. Your winning season begins today at mybookie.ag. Go to mybookie.ag. Do not forget the code for that double deposit bonus next round. You got to have that code next round. It helps us and it gets you some more money at mybookie.ag.
So Florida's all the way from unranked to number 12, and we discussed our philosophy on voting in these polls yesterday on the show, so we don't have to rehash that. But basically it was, we're okay, no matter high, you jump Florida because their performance was that good in week 1. From unranked to number 12, I don't think any of us thought they'd go that high, though.
Yeah, that's a big jump.
I'm okay with it, though.
I mean, based on the fact that I didn't want Utah to fall too much, and I understand the logic of we just saw it on the field, so Florida should be in front of them. But that's one of the biggest jumps I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's the biggest. I made a note of that last night. It's the biggest I've ever seen.
Yeah, I applaud the voters for doing that then because, as we did yesterday, you look at the teams around them. Do you think Florida's better than them? I mean, you just talked about USC. We talked a lot. I mean, if Florida and USC played Saturday on a neutral site,
be a good game.
That'd be a fantastic game. Yeah. So I think that's about where Florida belongs.
Yeah, but if I asked you if Florida and Utah played each other on a neutral site this week,
I would probably go Utah.
I'd take Utah.
But what I'm voting on, I saw Florida beat Utah. So it's hard for me not to have them in front of Utah.
My biggest surprise was probably Cincinnati falling out.
Yeah, because I thought they played, and they fell out of the coaches' poll too. I thought they played a much better game than most people thought they would.
Well, I thought they got better as the game went on.
Yeah,
not only did they fall out, they fell out further than Oregon fell out.
Yeah.
I mean, Oregon's the top vote getter who's not ranked at 26.
I don't have a problem with Oregon being out of this poll.
Then there's Penn State, then there's Texas, then there's Cincinnati.
Yeah. Now I'm with Lance. They fell out of the coaches' poll too, and I thought Cincinnati. I thought they represented themselves very well in that football game. Had every opportunity to win at Arkansas. I don't know if you guys had volume up. That was a pretty hostile environment.
It was, and Arkansas jumped up 3 spots with that win, which by AP rankings, anything 3 or more, I highlight, and that's a big jump. That's a big jump for Arkansas, who got great credit for beating Cincinnati, and then Cincinnati falls all the way out of the poll. I agree with you on that. Arkansas is up 3 spots. BYU moves up 4 spots as they're at 21, getting ready to play number 9 Baylor this week. Those are the big jumps. The only team that dropped a lot without losing was NC State, who dropped 5 spots. And that sort of is the performance. If you saw NC State play, a lot of people had them probably losing that football game if a kick went the right way or against. So in the voters' mind, they almost treated that like a loss because Notre Dame only dropped 3 spots. Utah dropped 6 spots. NC State won and dropped 5 spots. So in the voters' mind, they watched that game and said, we got them too high. That's almost like a loss for them.
You know what? I tell you, I think it's good for Dave Duran and for this NC State team because I do think they've got a lot of talent. I think East Carolina came to play. I think NC State was a little sleepy. Devin Leary played one of his worst games that I've ever seen, and they were lucky to escape that game.
Yeah, and it is the benefit of being in a power conference. For instance, Houston dropped a spot, right? They dropped all the way out of the coaches' poll, dropped a spot with a win at UTSA, which I thought was a really good win. UTSA is a good team, and they went on the road. That also was a hostile environment in the Alamo Dome and won that game. If you're NC State, you drop 5 spots. You know what? If you're 12-0 at the end of the year, you know where you are if you're NC State? College football playoff. That's the benefit of being in a Power 5 conference. So if I'm an NC State fan, I'm more panicked about the way I played in the game than I am that I dropped 5 spots.
So that's the AP Top 25, which came out late yesterday. Usually will be waiting on us when we wake up and get in here on Monday mornings from the weekend of college football. But with the extended weekend, it always runs a little later. Polls can mean a lot to you. It could mean nothing to you, but it's always worth a discussion there to see how everyone's got a read on where we are in college football. The NFL starts tomorrow night. More on that after LT tells us about the great folks at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Look, you don't want to, this fall when the leaves start to fall, you don't want to get on the roof, clean the gutters out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Listen, I'm not a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan. In fact, I appreciated them more in life after their 1970s run than I did when it was happening because everyone loved the Steelers and loved the Cowboys in the 70s, which is how I became a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan because they were new and nobody liked them. And I said, okay, I'll be a Buccaneer fan because I didn't want to be like everybody else. The Steelers were dominant in the 70s. I learned last night a little history about the Steelers. They're going to retire Franco Harris's jersey this year in Week 16 against the Raiders as they remember the Immaculate Reception. First off, Franco Harris's jersey isn't retired yet.
That's been a minute since Franco played. Yeah,
that's shocking. It's been 40 years.
I'm surprised by that. He's in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah. I hated the Steelers in the 70s. But my God, you should have retired his jersey a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I went and looked, and I was like, what's the deal? This is only the third jersey they've retired.
Yeah, I was going to say they don't retire a lot of jerseys.
1964 Ernie Stautner,
Don't even know who that is.
who was a Hall of Fame center.
Okay.
Mean Joe Green, they did it back in 2014. And now Franco Harris.
So wait a minute.
So we're sitting here without
Terry Bradshaw,
Terry
Lynn
Bradshaw,
Swan,
Rocky Blyer, Lynn Swan,
John Stallworth,
John
Lambert,
Stallworth, Jack Lambert,
Mike Webster,
yeah, Mike Webster, the other linebacker with Lambert, who is pretty good,
Jack Ham.
Jack Ham.
Well, let's even go.
All those DBs.
L.C. Greenwood.
L.C. Greenwood.
I think even modern day Hines Ward. I think he did enough. He's not in the Hall of Fame. He did enough for the franchise.
Rod Woodson.
or Ben Roethlisberger at some point.
Yeah, I was going to say Big Ben.
But I mean, if I'm Roethlisberger, I'm sitting here going,
Jerome Bettis.
The bus?
I will be 80 years old
Yeah.
before they retire my jersey if we're catching up. And there's not enough numbers. They can't retire. They got retired jerseys.
The retired jerseys, not
Yeah,
numbers.
not
yeah.
numbers. That's what they're doing here. They're retiring jerseys.
That's wild.
But
I didn't know
apparently, they haven't really done a whole lot of this.
Yeah.
This is only the third one. So I would imagine maybe the younger ownership group there, the younger family, help me with the family, the Rooney family. The younger Rooneys are going to have a different approach than the dad did, and let's start honoring some of these guys.
He was one of those guys that wasn't impressed, right?
I guess not. But I mean, even we've named a lot of names. Alan Faneca, one of the greatest linemen of all time. Greg Lloyd,
Troy Polamalu.
I mean,
Kevin Green, who led the league in sacks for a while.
They could be doing this every game for the next 10 years and not catch up.
I mean, really, they should just go straight cowboy and go Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Just
Do
add
something.
people to the Ring of Honor.
That's wild, though. I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. And when
And I didn't realize you didn't have FOMO in the 70s.
fear of missing out with everyone else.
should've gone-
Because
you're
everybody
gonna
else
go
was
Steelers.
Pittsburgh or Dallas.
Yeah.
No, I usually like going, other than, that little Alabama football vein I've got in me. I usually like going opposite of everybody.
Because don't forget Dunaway's other great trait is being a martyr. And you can't be a martyr if you're a Cowboys or Steelers fan.
I like cheering for losers.
That's right.
I do. And ride to the top. Like when I picked a Premier League team, I jumped on Tottenham early on.
The Hotspur.
And now they're really, really good. I mean, we never win a trophy, but, we're always up at the top. Off to a pretty good start right now. All right, when we come back, I've got 6 things here. I'll contribute something on the show. We got a big announcement and what happens first. I got 6 what happens first. All right?
Okay.
All right.
We'll do that when we come back as we roll on. The show brought to you in part. You just saw Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories, wherever you buy beer. And we're from the beautiful Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio. Go check out Birmingham Racecourse Casino on a football Saturday, a college football Saturday, NFL Sunday. You'll be amazed at all the fun you can have with football at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. And our friends at Bromberg's Today, all bringing you the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round today. Remember to scroll down, like, and subscribe, and click that thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube, or like and subscribe if you're with us on Facebook or Twitch, or if you're watching on Twitter today. Make sure you're following us at Next Round Live today and all of our audio platforms, including hello to everyone who is listening live today on TuneIn Radio. Thanks for being with us today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. If you woke up today and you're like, let's say you're in the northern part of the country and a little cold out there. In fact, Friday here, the highs are maybe don't even get out of the 70s here on Friday.
It's also going to rain all day.
Yeah, it's going to rain all day.
Yes.
But you got to start thinking about that heat too, or the cooling still going to be hot, or your plumbing problems. Hemphill can take care of all of that.
I think our man Rocky had a problem yesterday.
Yep.
Apparently may have a problem right now.
Yes, I thought it was a euphemism, but no, clearly he had a problem.
Yep. And first call he made was to our friends Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, 205-229-2090. The ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right. Usually right here we have Wimp Sanderson with us, but that is not the case today, Brownie.
It is not. And, listen, as a show, we try to be open with you guys because it's not our show, it's your show. So we feel like this requires some explanation because, Lance, tell me, Wimp has been coming on because I know he was already on with you when Dunaway and I joined in 2010. So maybe 15 years Wimp has been doing interviews
15,
on some iteration of this show.
Almost every week for that long, right? 15 years.
Wimp did not miss very often at all. Would do it from vacation, from the golf course. He was very, very, very good about doing that.
Even when going through some health problems himself, he would join us sometimes from treatment.
Yeah, from cancer treatment. I never wanted to talk about that either. He didn't want us to bring that up, but that did happen, and we were always very appreciative of that. And you guys know we don't the guests we have on are guests that we like talking to and you like hearing from, and sometimes those guests become regular guests, and it has always been our theory. Sometimes the regular guests are so good that advertisers reach out and want to sponsor those guests. And even back when we were working in corporate radio, we're like, that's not fair to the guest if they don't get something out of it. And it was harder to do in corporate radio. We won those battles more often than not, but sometimes we just couldn't win the battles. But we always wanted the guest, if they're going to be sponsored, they need to be compensated for that. That's only fair. And Coach, we always had that set up with him probably for the vast, vast, vast majority of those 15 years. Coach was compensated to do the show. And we were very happy to do that. Unfortunately, there are times where advertising budgets change, advertising strategies change, and as was the case with Coach's sponsor for the last year, that changed. And those things happen. It happens all the time, and it's just part of the business. But Coach Sanderson, when we started this, was one of the first people we called, and we told him, we're going to have a place for you. Just got to let us work it out. We worked it out, and we were so thrilled to do that. But unfortunately, it came to an end. And he told us a couple of weeks ago, if you can't find another sponsor, I just can't do the show anymore. And I thought that was a little too short, but hey, somehow, because we've got amazing salespeople here, we found a sponsor. And they were very excited about it. They love Coach Sanderson. They loved him on the show. They're big Alabama fans. They wanted to sponsor his segment. We went back to Coach and told him what we could provide him, what we could compensate him for that segment. He said he couldn't do it for that, and he chose to leave the show. So, unfortunately, for us, for you, I don't know that Coach Sanderson will ever be back on the show. We hate that. We love Coach. I really, really do. I love Coach, and we loved our time with him. But he's got to do what he thinks is best. We've got to do what we think is best. So, as best I can tell, that relationship is over.
Yeah, I still hold out hope, though. So you never know.
Yeah, we'll leave the light on for Wimp and see if he comes back, but he's not with us today. But we will jump into the rest of the show without Wimp today, and that includes a little something that I threw together before the show, and it's called Which Happens First, okay? And I'll give you – I got 6 things here. I'll throw them out, and you tell me which happens first. And we'll start with Clemson, okay? Which happens first? Cade Klubnik starts at Clemson or Clemson loses a game?
It might be one and the same.
Yeah, those may lead, one may lead to the other.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's what I'm saying. Does Dabo make a change before they lose a game?
Hey, remind me here, Lance. So when it was Kelly Bryant, Trevor Lawrence was the one standing on the sideline that they kept showing on the camera, right?
Sure was.
And Dabo was very, very hesitant to go to Kelly Bryant. In fact, the only thing that accelerated him going to Kelly Bryant was Alabama exposing him in the playoffs and Dabo realizing this is broken. And, I think it was too late at that point.
Yeah, that was a full season.
That was a full season. That's what I'm saying.
But he started the next year, right? Kelly Bryant started the next year.
No. Kelly Bryant transferred in the offseason, right?
No, Kelly Bryant had to come in against Texas A&M. You don't remember that first game where Kelly Bryant kind of saved them?
Oh, yeah. Lawrence started. He got knocked out with a concussion, didn't he?
Something happened.
Yeah, something happened, yeah.
But he wasn't playing well. Kelly Bryant came in, saved him, and then Lawrence took back over and played the rest of the season.
And then Kelly Bryant eventually transferred
to Missouri.
To Missouri. So Dabo was very slow in making that. I was thinking about that when I was watching that game the other night. He was really slow in making the change to Trevor Lawrence.
I am going to say Klubnik starts before they lose a game.
If DJ comes back, who do they play this week?
Well, they got Furman this week.
See, he's going to come out and look great against Furman. If he doesn't look great against Furman, it'll be time. But, you have
to admit, though, it's the toughest thing to do to change a starter until you lose a football game. Great coaches can do it, but sometimes it's really tough to do.
Well, so Clemson's first quote-unquote tough game is Wake, right? So you'd kind of like to have this nailed down before you play Wake, and that is coming up in week 4. So they got Furman and La Tech. And then you could play Wake and NC State. And if you change and you don't get it right, those are losable games.
Oh, yeah.
Wake and NC State. So, this is not a small change you're talking about here. This one has to be thought out and done the right way. So I'm going to say they lose a game before they change.
I think Klubnik, and I know it was one series, but based on all the hype that I've heard, I think he's a better option.
I just don't think.
I think he is too.
We've seen a lot of DJ.
I just don't think Dabo's the kind of guy from his Gene Stallings roots that if they don't lose, I don't think he changes.
He might not.
Just my opinion.
It's a different world, though.
Which happens first? Keyshawn Boutte catches 3 touchdown passes in a game, or Boutte shuts it down for the season?
3 is a lot, but I've seen him do it twice.
So to update you on the situation, he and Brian Kelly talked. Things are fine. They're moving forward. He will play this weekend. So Boutte catches 3 touchdowns in a game, or Boutte shuts it down for the season?
So I don't know how good LSU is going to be. Again, I'm not sure how good Florida State is. Boutte's got an opportunity this week against Southern, though. I'm going to say he transfers out before he gets 3.
I don't think Boutte will transfer, though.
No, I think he goes to the NFL.
Yeah, he'll just sit down and go to the NFL.
Shut it down.
Yeah, shut it down.
He would shut it down, which is why I used that phrase. He would go Jamar Chase, right? Shut it down and wait for the draft.
I mean, again, if you look at LSU, I mean, after the way they played Saturday night, or when was that? Sunday night. There are a lot more losable games on LSU's schedule maybe than I had initially thought.
Right.
So I don't. This is far from a championship season for them. So I think it'll get very frustrating for Boutte, especially if he's not getting the ball the way he was Sunday night. I think he shuts it down. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna lead to the shut it down category.
Well, I think there's only 2 for sure wins on that schedule.
Right.
Which sounds crazy.
No, but I mean, but listen, their next little stretch here, Southern, which they'll win this week. But then they play State. State looks like the better team, right? By far. They're New Mexico, who they'll beat. Then they're at Auburn. I mean, I can't say Auburn doesn't look like the better team at home. Then they play Tennessee, then they play Florida, then they play Ole Miss, and they play Alabama, then they play Arkansas. There's a lot of losses coming their way.
Then they play UAB.
Then they play UAB. Then they play Texas A&M. There's a lot of if they don't improve it, there's a lot of losses coming their way.
I don't see a bowl for LSU right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
But Boutte didn't get – I mean, he wasn't even getting a lot of targets.
He had like 2 in the first half.
Early in that game.
Yeah.
So if it plays out that way, if for some reason because he sort of confronted Jaden Daniels on the sidelines during the game about – he was frustrated, and Jaden tried to smooth it over during the game.
It was strange, though, because if I'm Jaden Daniels, that's the guy I'm going to. Right?
Exactly. So if he's not a bigger part of the offense against the Southern this weekend, you could see him shut it down. More of the which comes first right after LT tells us about the great folks at Michelson as we look ahead to some more college football news in just a second.
Yeah, again, that phone number, 969-8100. If you're thinking about LASIK, see if it's right for you. There's one phone call you need to make. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. They're going to give you a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Over 20 years ago, I went in. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Had no idea. After the procedure, 2015 vision. Still got it. Better than 2020. Call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Hunter with a great point. He goes, Chase had a lot of tape. Stingley had a lot of tape when they shut it down. Does Boutte have enough tape to shut it down?
I think he's got maybe 10 or 11 career games.
That's what I was going to ask, how many games you thought he's played in. I mean, I can pull it up.
He doesn't have enough to be a first-round guy.
Yeah. He's a preseason All-American for some people. And if in your head you think you're a preseason All-American, you probably think you're a first-round guy. But I agree with you. There's nothing I see in him right now that says that's the guy I want to – now, he may turn into Tariq Hill.
Yeah.
But that's not the guy I want to ride with right now.
Yeah, I would not take a chance on him in the first round right now. I think he's got first-round talent. We've seen that before. But based on last year, based on the fact if he does shut it down.
Based on the other night, he's closer to AB than he is to Jamar Chase. You know what I mean?
Right,
more Antonio Brown.
17 total games, which is more than I would have thought. But if I've done my quick math right, about 89 receptions and 14 touchdowns.
Yeah. Ken says, if you're playing LSU, don't you just double-team Boutte and make someone else beat you? I think that's why everyone was looking at Malik Neighbors as saying he could have a big impact on the team, and he did have a big impact on the team by not catching punts in the game the other night. Which happens first? Big news. If you're a college game day fan and a Pat McAfee fan, they announced last night that Pat McAfee is joining game day on a permanent basis now. So which happens first? Lee Corso retires, or Pat McAfee leaves game day again?
I will go Pat McAfee leaves game day again.
Actually, I'll go Corso retires. I think this is the whole reason behind this move, is you need the comedic foil, and that's going to be Pat McAfee. I think Corso, at some point this year, will announce his retirement, and McAfee will be back on the show even more permanently.
As McAfee builds his brand, he is hopping nonstop.
He is. He's doing a lot of things, and I worry for the guy, honestly. I mean, because I don't watch a ton of wrestling, but he does the Fox Friday Night Raw, I think it is. He's going to do that, which I would imagine gets done about 10 or 11 o'clock Eastern.
And pays him a ton of money.
Yeah.
They pay him a ton of money for that.
He's going to do that after doing a show 5 days a week, which he carries by himself. He's going to do that. He's going to jump a private plane. He's going to fly and do game day. He's also talking with Amazon about being part of their Thursday night. I mean, this guy
He's going to become the Ryan Seacrest of the sports world.
He is. That's a hard schedule to keep.
I think McAfee, though it's announced as a permanent addition to game day, leaves game day before Corso retires. And I'm not saying Corso continues to have even as big of a role now, but where Corso is no longer on the show at all, where he doesn't put on a headgear or anything, I say McAfee leaves again. He bounces around a lot.
He does.
A couple of more quickly here. Florida State wins an ACC championship in football, or Texas A&M wins one in football in the SEC?
Florida State.
I think I go Florida State.
It does look like Mike Norvell has. Now, it was only, Duquesne and LSU, who you don't think makes a bowl game, but they look better, don't they?
No, they do look better.
Well, they won.
You know, but I go back to last year in the opener against Notre Dame. They were getting crushed. They came back. They made that a game. Milton McKenzie came in. We thought he was going to be the savior for Florida State football last year. Then they fell apart again. I think Jordan Travis is an upgraded quarterback. I do think that they are playing with a little more confidence.
I mean, they're at Louisville, who lost to Syracuse, and then they host Boston College, who lost to Rutgers. So they got a chance to be 4-0 before they play.
Well, they should be
before they play Wake.
These last two are my favorite two. Okay, ready? Which happens first? Georgia jumps Alabama in the AP poll, or Ohio State jumps back over Georgia in the AP poll? Which happens first?
I don't think Georgia can jump Bama. That's a ton of first place votes. What is it right now?
44 to 17.
That's a lot to make up. I mean, it almost requires an Alabama loss at that point.
Right.
Because now
Which factors into this.
Yeah. I mean, who's Georgia going to play on their schedule now that's going to get your attention after they've dispatched of Oregon that way? That's the problem with Georgia's schedule. It's good to win a lot of games. It's not great to jump in the polls because you don't play a ton of ranked teams.
You know, and I've got a feeling that much like last year, although Alabama lost in the regular season to Texas A&M, you know, it was early September where we were talking about it looks like Alabama, Georgia, and everyone else. They're on a collision course to play for a national championship.
Just last week we were talking, it was Alabama, Ohio State, and everyone else.
I get that, but I'm saying where they are now based on the schedules, I don't know if Alabama and Georgia, they might stay 1-2 the rest of the year.
Georgia's next ranked opponent is the cocktail party. That's how long it'll be before they play a top 25 team again, potentially.
They play Tennessee before or after that? After that.
Week after. Yep.
Kentucky?
Kentucky's after. All their ranked opponents are after the cocktail party. Cocktail party are after. Now, Auburn could sneak in if they're undefeated. I mean, you could have some teams sneak in maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
So which is your answer? Georgia jumps Alabama or Ohio State jumps Georgia back? If you had to pick one.
If I had to pick one, I'm going to go Ohio State jumping Georgia.
I would go with that one too. Last one. Which happens first? Florida in the top 10 or Notre Dame out of the top 10 first? Florida in the top 10 or Notre Dame out? Currently, Notre Dame is 8, Florida is 12, so they're equally in and out of the top 10.
I'm going to go Notre Dame out because I think Florida's got a good chance of losing this week.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Lance. I think that's what's going to happen. I think Kentucky's going to beat Florida State.
And I'm trying to
Wait, you guys are all in on Kentucky beating Florida?
I kind of am, yeah.
I'm not. I'm just saying that that's a very losable game. Notre Dame couldn't possibly lose until they play at North Carolina. I don't see them losing there.
I don't see them losing that game.
So you think which happens first is Notre Dame is out of the top 10.
Yeah.
Before Florida
because
gets
I think
in
Florida's going to lose to Kentucky.
Well, Wow, I didn't feel that love yesterday when I picked Kentucky.
No, I think I said that. I think I said how tough a game it is for Napier.
Yeah, I mean, I'd lean Florida wins a game, but I think it's a coin flip.
You remember me saying now if you're Napier, it's the hardest thing you have to do is you got to get them back down, and you've got the ultimate underdog and Mark Stoops coming in?
Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They've got some running back issues at Kentucky as they go to the Swamp. Precision Sports can help anybody get back in the game.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on the next round, and our friends at Red Mod Distilling, Red Mod Vodka, they provided our alcohol for Drinks with Dunaway last week. Hope you enjoyed some Red Mod Vodka at your tailgate or watching college football this past week. Remember to always drink responsibly.
Yeah, your partner on that, she has a heavy hand. Saw her pour one last night for our fantasy draft party. Pick up a bottle, though, this football season. Locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mod vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package in the beverage place, also ABC stores, and now available in 20 states. Asked for by name, Red Mod Vodka.
Get Rockstar engaged in the show a little bit here. Rocky, Buddy Holly's birthday today. Don't you do a Buddy Holly cover? Isn't that one of the good ones you do?
Well, I used to do every day. It's been a long, long time. You got Peggy Sue.
Yeah, but you did one cover.
I think it was every day.
Yeah, every day. I don't like, no offense, and I know he died a long time ago, and today would have been his birthday. But
worst coin flip of all time.
Yeah, boy, you did not want to lose that one. But actually, you did. Yeah.
But I never liked his music until you did that one cover of his, and I was like, oh, I like that song now. Also, Eazy-E's birthday today, or would have been Eazy-E's birthday today. You a big fan of his?
Yeah. A song that every time Lance sees me play, he asks for a specific Eazy-E song, and I've never performed it.
It's a joke. It's give me that nut. But no, I grew up on Eazy-E, and I remember where I was. I was staying at the Plaza in Panama City when I found out he passed away. I think he passed away in 1993. We were on spring break.
Wow.
We poured one out for him, though.
Didn't someone at a party we had this summer sing that song in our inner circle?
Oh, yeah, they did. Well, the song came on, surprisingly, at the venue we were at, or the house we were at, and then multiple people were singing that song.
Hey, was the who was the biggest name at the time of the crash? Was it Buddy Holly, the Big Bopper, or Richie Valens?
Probably Buddy Holly.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because I've always thought it was Richie Valens. La Bamba is such a big song.
Well, because they actually made the movie with, oh my God.
Oh, it was
Lou Diamond Phillips.
Lou Diamond Phillips, my God. Yeah, and they did the whole scene where they're like, Tails! Sucks. It's snowing.
Tom Luginbill coming up at the top of the hour. We'll get back into the games on the field in college football. But something about the meeting tomorrow with the commissioners in the college football playoff and some of the money involved in just a second after I tell you about Way to Wellness. Today is the day I start my journey to lose the 15 pounds that I gained this summer.
It's today?
When I stopped using Way to Wellness. So I had to wait until after last night when we had the Great Champions chicken with the tamales and the chicken fingers and the fried chicken and everything else. So I just gorged myself on Monday and Tuesday, and now I'm getting back on my plan, which works so easy. And if you've ever thought about losing weight, I recommend our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her team over there, board certified professionals, they'll take care of you. There's no contracts, there's no sign-up fees, and your consultation is free as well. Just go to this website, aplanforme.com. planforme.com and check them out. And they can help you lose weight or get your blood pressure in check, your cholesterol in check. You end up saving money and saving your life at the same time by working with my friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Planforme.com, or just go by and see them or call them up and say, hey, if you could do it for Dunaway, I know you can do it for me. It's planforme.com, Way to Wellness. The commissioner is going to meet tomorrow. It seems to be we're on a fast track to get to this expanded college football playoffs. And if you're wondering why, ESPN right now pays $470 million a year for their exclusive part of the 3 games that are the college football playoffs. So almost $500 million every year from ESPN to pay for the 2 semifinal games in the national championship game. The new playoff is expected on the open market to bring in $2 billion a year. $2 billion a year. Now, guys, we're getting to the point where, I mean, the Super Bowl is on its island by itself. Will never approach the Super Bowl in American sports. But we're getting to the point where college football playoffs, a $2 billion a year just for the playoffs alone, that is huge.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, what does the Super Bowl actually generate in television revenue?
Well, see, but this is just the rights, right?
Yeah, this is the rights. Not counting the money you make off of it.
The Super Bowl rights are folded into the rights that they pay for the right to broadcast the NFL,
which is $10 billion a year.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, CBS, Fox, NBC, they're already paying for it. So this would be standalone. What I look at is if I'm NBC, CBS, and Fox, I'm already ponying up a combined $1 billion a year just for the Big Ten stuff.
Well, I don't know, Brown, if I misread this, if this would be, $2 billion media deal a year. I don't know if it's that or not, because you're right. The NFL includes the Super Bowl, and it's a $10 billion a year deal.
But that's also collectively bargained by the NFL. They're operating on behalf of all 32 teams. And that's the problem with college football is you don't have any unification here.
Yeah, you have to work with 10 different people.
Now, I say that, but I guess the college football playoff, actually, they've got some sort of unification there. They're the ones that are negotiating this right, so I guess it would be equally distributed to the conferences. I don't know. That seems like a lot of money. If I'm already paying that just to get the rights to the SEC, I think $480 million is the number from ESPN. I mean, that's a lot of money, man.
Yeah, that's a ton of money, but that's the kind of money they'll be talking about tomorrow when the commissioners meet to decide the next steps in the expansion of the college football playoffs. Luginbill is up next. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power. Hope you had a chance to go to the Alabama News Center site. And if you follow those folks, a lot of great news. Stay up to date there. But also they let us jump on there and talk college football with them every week. Alabama Power, keeping you connected, Brown.
Absolutely. Did you know you could save money on your power bill by shifting appliance use outside of peak times or not running appliances all at once? With Alabama Power's Time Advantage rates, you can. Sign up by calling 800-257-APCO. Go to alabamapower.com/time advantage or visit them in person at an office near you. It's Alabama Power. Tom Luginbill next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I don't lie when I say this. Tom Luginbill, love talking football with him every week, and I look forward to this segment. We're about to do it with Lugs. Before we go to Lugs, no tie-in to why we got Lugs on, and this sponsor is about to go here. But Lugs is usually in some crappy weather, luckily inside a dome on Monday night. But it'll be hot somewhere this weekend. Like you Alabama fans who are heading to Austin, Texas, Alabama and Texas, you better have our sponsor Nut Dust with you, because the sack meter in Austin at 11 a.m. this weekend, after that rain moves through, Nut Dust sack meter, a full 10.
Oh, at least.
Swampy.
Probably an 11. Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. Great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day. Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. That's officialnutdust.com. Put in TNR. You're going to get 15% off your order, officialnutdust.com. Luginbill laughs.
Look at him laughing.
But his colleague, Marty Smith, loves some Nut Dust.
That's true.
First of all, we've all been in this business for a long time. I'm going on my 18th year at ESPN, and I can tell you right now that was the greatest live read in the history of whatever we're calling this.
Good
radio,
job.
YouTube,
Good job,
podcast.
Yes.
Whoever wrote that was fantastic. You're like just teetering on the edge of being inappropriate, yet you're not. I absolutely love it.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you put Gold Bond on ever in the summer when you're playing golf or you're out doing some kind of activity?
Seems like a personal question there.
Yeah, only if needed, right? Like if I'm having an issue, absolutely. I mean, you guys should add a little SEC flavor to this live read and essentially say, you know, the Florida Gators should play their home games in your pants unless you use nut dust.
Luginbill, I'd say that it is AC for your junk because it really is.
Junk.
Yeah. Basically, what he's saying is, if you need to keep the family lugs at a comfortable temperature, we've got the product for you.
Apparently so.
Hey, Tom Luginbill is with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Tom Luginbill. Ohio Penn State is where he'll be. 77 degrees and sunny. Ohio Penn State. Yes, you're fired up about that, aren't you?
Yes.
I have said this a number of times on this show so far this week, and I want you to tell me if I am overselling this. I saw a culture change already in the Florida Gators. I know it was a win. They beat a good team. They just look different under Billy Napier than they did under Dan Mullen. Has there even been enough? Is that even a reasonable statement by me on the way coaching changes work?
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable statement. There's a couple of things that stood out to me in regards to that game and how it played out. Number one, Anthony Richardson answered the toll because I think so much of his hype was unjustified and premature based off of what he had done to this point. So having an offseason of everybody telling him how great he's going to be, and he hadn't really done anything yet, then he goes out and he proves it. Good for him. I thought that was a wonderful performance by him. Secondly, we gloss over, or we have a very short memory when it comes to the Florida Gators. It was just over 2 years ago. This was the number 6 ranked team in the country, right? It's not like they don't have athletes. So when you talk about a culture shift, removing a bad negative element out of your locker room, weeding through some dissension, that's what Billy Napier has done best. I would actually credit Mike Norvell with the same accomplishment. Now, it's taken a little bit longer, but Florida State actually looked like a football team that was playing a football game and playing together. The Florida-Utah game, to me, what I think is interesting is you can make an argument that one of the best team builders in college football is Kyle Whittingham, as far as foundation, the ultimate team buy-in, how they win, how they're built from the inside out. So they may have come into the swamp with a longer standing foundation of team, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have the best players. And I don't think they did have the best players, or they do have the best players. And at the end of the day, Cam Rising played his tail off. He made a fatal error there late. But when you have a guy like that playing quarterback that's going to play that way, now we're going to see this week. We're going to see if this Florida team, guys, can handle being patted on the back and reading their press clippings, because you talk about coming out of nowhere. You look at their AP rank now, and you've got Kentucky, salivating, ready to roll. This week's going to tell us a lot about Florida.
Speaking of culture change, USC and Lincoln Riley, I watched this on the Pac-12 network. I did one of those free 1-week trials where I could actually watch it, Luginbill. So ridiculous that network's impossible to find. I wasn't impressed in the first quarter, but the final 3 quarters I was impressed. I know it's Rice. USC was able to run the football. They turned them over. Shane Lee looked really good on defense. Caleb Williams looked as billed. They've got speed everywhere. I know we've talked about up front there's question marks with USC, but they look different.
Well, I think that, the excitement that they've had in the offseason coming into this situation, you take a quarterback through the transfer portal, you take proven players. Lincoln Riley's got a proven track record. There's no doubt about that. Those are all positives. And all of those things that we expected to play out well for them did play out well for them. And they kind of had a little bit of a recipe for the perfect storm, right? Utah loses. Oregon gets completely pantsed in front of the entire country, and then you go out and look really, really good against Rice. I'm still withholding judgment until I see how they play against maybe some better teams, not only in conference, because everybody in that conference is going to be better than Rice is. I still think if, let's just say by some magic notion that SC goes like 11-1 or 10-2, who will they have really actually played throughout the course of that, outside of maybe Notre Dame, that you would say, okay, how can we find out if these guys are for real? And it may not be anybody, depending on how the rest of the Pac-12 plays out.
I'm interested on your thoughts. You're an old quarterback, an old coach, a former coach, former quarterback. You're not old by any stretch. Old. No, you're really not. Todd Monken, is it fair to say that he had to sort of put a restrictor plate on his play calling the last last year because he was playing to his defense, that we're starting to see a little bit more of what he and Stetson Bennett can do and want to do offensively with what we saw against Oregon?
Maybe so. I think that team was a little bit different and maybe some more proven components. And you're right about the defensive side of the ball. And I'm not saying that they were playing not to screw it up on offense. I don't think you're suggesting that either. But maybe they didn't have the full allotment of the playbook at their disposal, and maybe came into this matchup or this week or every game going forward feeling like, okay, maybe they have to help out a little bit more. It was very clear that they would have been wrong with that sentiment off of what we saw. But you know what I think we need to do is we need to move away from the whole walk-on label with Stetson Bennett, and maybe start giving him some credit for being a lot better football player than he's gotten to this point. Yeah, was he a walk-on 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Yeah. Is he a walk-on now? No. And does he have the biggest arm? Is he the tallest? Is he the most dynamic? No. But what he does do is he makes good decisions, decisive decisions. He's accurate with the football, and every now and then he pulls a rabbit out of his hat. And I think that's a sign of a really, really good player that knows how to play within himself, knows how to manage things around him. And I think Todd Monken trusts him. So if you really have a true trust in your quarterback, you're going to put more on his plate and allow him to do some more.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Follow him on Twitter at Tom Luginbill. See him on the Ohio-Penn State game coming up this weekend. Do you see anything that Texas can do to give Alabama trouble in this game Saturday morning?
Alabama's bus breaks down.
So Texas bleeds the brake lines. That would
y'all watched Georgia and Oregon, didn't you?
No. You see that coming for Texas?
Well, listen, here's the thing with Texas, guys, is they can't stop the run. They don't really have any semblance of a true pass rush, okay? And in the offensive line, they might end up playing with 3 true freshmen out of their 5 offensive linemen at some point during that game. That's not a recipe for success against Texas. I think Texas has some skill that can give Alabama some challenges. If you look at the comments from Steve Sarkisian this week, I think he knows it. He knows that, I don't know if you guys saw that, but the outcome of this game won't affect our season or Alabama's season. Okay, well, you're right about that, but you're also kind of conceding that you don't have a shot. As I've said with you guys many, many, many times before, when you're outmanned versus Alabama, you need them to help you. They have to do something uncharacteristic to their nature. Turn the ball over multiple times, give up a touchdown in the kicking game, not get touchdowns inside the 5-yard line in the red zone, settle for field goals. And then Texas would have to capitalize on all of those things, I think, with touchdowns. So lots going to be on the shoulders of Quinn Ewers. How do they keep him upright? The running back, Bijan Robinson, if you haven't watched a lot of him, you really have an appreciation for how good he is because they haven't been very good in the offensive line. But I think this one could be a runaway.
I know he's only played 16 games, but you look back at the history of great quarterbacks from Charlie Ward, Tommy Frazier, Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, Joe Burrow. If Bryce Young finishes this deal and continues to play like he plays, he looked even better. I know it was Utah State than he did last year. If he wins a national championship, could he go down maybe as the greatest college quarterback of all time?
Potentially, yes, absolutely. And it's funny how all of the things that you just mentioned there were all true in August, yet all of the questions about Alabama was, well, what are they going to do in the offensive line? Who are the wide receivers going to be? Give me a break. You think they don't got guys there, And I think that he makes those guys better. He makes their huddle better. And one of the reasons why I think he could go down is one of, if not the greatest ever, if he ends up finishing this thing off, is all of the things that you can't coach are present. Poise, competitive temperament, mental toughness. Because when you look at him, you'd say you'd never take this guy if you put him on a measurable standard board. If you sat there and said, we want this height, we want this weight, all right, we want this strength, you wouldn't take it, right? And we're in this new era of college football and even in the NFL now where it's so much more about these other traits because offensive football has evolved to allow for the undersized quarterback to flourish, that it really magnifies what makes him special. And it's not just the plays he makes physically. It's all the other things, to me, that make him special.
Listen, back to your Texas defense breakdown with Alabama this week, 11 a.m. kick. Did you feel like I know Jahmyr Gibbs had one long run that he broke out, but did you feel like they hid Jahmyr Gibbs and what they could do with him in the offense a little bit in game one, Alabama, because they didn't really dump it out? We've heard so much about his pass-catching ability. We didn't really see that. They didn't really lean on him in a running game when they could have run up his stats a little bit. Do you expect to see more Gibbs in that offense this week?
I do, and I expect to see more offense too. It's going to be a little bit harder because obviously Texas is probably a more quality opponent than Utah State. But I also expect to see what we've seen for a number of years from Alabama, and that is a wealth of riches in the backfield where they find their spots, they pick their spots, what personnel is going to be on the field, what back suits what they're doing on that individual series or that individual play, and then riding the guy that gets the hot hand. Because I do think that they will run the football more and more effectively, but a lot of that's going to come down to what does Texas decide to do? Texas has a pick your poison type of scenario this week that's not advantageous for them defensively, because if they decide to load the box up because they're scared to death of getting the ball run down their throat, how are they supposed to hold up on the perimeter against Alabama's skilled personnel? Whereas if they decide that they're worried about the big explosive play over the top, so they're going to be a little bit light in the box, how do they stop the run? That's the dilemma that Texas is in on every snap.
You were there Monday night in Atlanta. You brought up this point. I totally agreed that Brandon Streeter and Clemson, they've got to take more chances, more explosive plays for DJ. At the same time, we only saw Klubnik for one series.
Yeah.
But, boy, he looked the part in that one series, and I just don't know how you keep him on the sideline ultimately.
So those intangible traits I was just talking about Bryce Young? Did you notice what happened when Cade Klubnik stepped on the field? It was like the lights got turned on. The crowd went nuts. Everybody puffed out their chest a little bit. The kid has a sense of urgency and an enthusiasm that they're lacking with DJ. And to be honest with you, the point you made about taking more risks, taking more chances, they were awfully conservative. I got to be honest with you guys, I think they're scared of him. I think they're scared to death of him making a mistake because he's not accurate. And then if they do that and he does make a mistake, what type of mental space will he be in? Because there's going to be a ton of criticism. And listen, Clemson right now is not very good in the offensive line. Credit Georgia Tech to some degree. They're vastly improved on defense, but they gave Clemson fits up front. It's tough to get Will Shipley going when offensively and up front you're struggling. I did like the approach to run the football with DJ Moore, not DJ Moore, more with DJ. But I do believe that if they want to not only outright win the ACC or have a chance at a college football playoff, they're going to be forced to switch quarterbacks because DJ is what DJ is. And that's not good enough, in my opinion, to win the whole thing or have a chance to get to the dance. So time will tell. I know Dabo and everybody's saying all the right things. I think a lot of this is reminiscent of Kelly Bryant and Trevor Lawrence, guys. It's the same thing. 4 games in, Dabo's loyalty wants to give the incumbent the opportunity to hold on to the job or force the coaches to make a choice. And he's got Furman, Louisiana Tech coming up before Wake Forest, and Sam Hartman's going to be on the field for Wake Forest. So I would imagine in the next 2 weeks, everybody's going to wise up because if we can all see it, we know they can see it. And more importantly, the players can see it.
He is ESPN's Tom Luginbill, 11 o'clock ABC. Listen, Auburn fans, you want to scout Penn State, who's your Week 3 opponent. Luginbill will have that game, Penn State in Ohio. So interesting game on ABC, 3340 here locally, 11 o'clock. Go ahead,
Show
Luke.
Recommendation, boys, real quickly. Netflix, Echoes.
Anybody? Rockstar?
Echoes.
What'd you say?
Echoes.
What's it about?
Echoes.
What's it about?
Echoes. It's about these twin sisters, okay?
You got me so far. I like it so far, yeah. Twin sisters. Go, say
Michelle
more.
Monaghan, so you'll like that.
Okay.
These twin sisters, and throughout their life, going back to when they were children, every year switched lives, switched roles. And what that has done to their lives and the people that are involved in their lives and trying to keep this thing going without getting caught.
Wow. I like the premise. Interesting.
Now, don't drink while you're watching it because you got to pay attention. If you step away, press pause, all right, because you have to pay attention. It's a bit intricate. probably above my brain capacity level, but if you stick with it, it is really clever and well written.
Okay. I started The Patient last night. Have you seen that, Steve Carell?
Seen the first episode. I'm very, very intrigued.
Yeah, I like it. I knocked out all 3 because they're only 22, 23 minutes each.
Yeah, they're really short. I think Steve Carell's awesome.
He really is, man. He's such a good actor.
Does the wife like Echoes? Could I drag Maggie into this?
Yes, the wife and I had to stay overnight, host radio yesterday morning, and drive back up from Atlanta. And I got back from Atlanta, watched the first half of Ohio's game last week, and then we sat on the couch and got 2 episodes of Echoes in. And we're like you get to the point where you're like, well, is she her or is she her right now?
Oh.
Wait, which one? And it's really well done.
Okay. All right. Echoes from Luginbill. Great recommendation. All right, Lugs, enjoy State College. We'll see you next week.
Will do, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 11 o'clock ABC. With that Ohio Penn State game.
Our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. It's time to start thinking about college maybe for your son or daughter, especially if they're a rising junior or even a senior right now. It's not too late to start exploring Montevallo for the spring of 2023 or for next year in full enrollment after graduation. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Great tuition price. U.S. News and World Report raves about the price points you get for the education at Montevallo. Last check, they haven't raised tuition in 5 years. 5 years of keeping that price point the same. It's a great deal. Montevallo.edu. New buildings are up. Theater department with a multi-million-dollar building there. Business department, communications department, all looking good. And 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. That and so much more. Schedule an in-person tour right now. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Listen, I was overwhelmed last night with our fantasy football draft, and I did not know this. But Odell Beckham Jr. is not on a team right now. He is out there, free agent. As we start the season tomorrow night, no Odell Beckham Jr.?
Well, look, he's still not 100%. He's coming off. I mean, you think about that ACL tear was in the Super Bowl, so that was in February. And they're talking about him being ready mid-October maybe. So I think teams are just waiting. Green Bay is still very interested. They want to see how, the young receivers play out for Aaron Rodgers. The Rams are still talking to Odell.
But the season is so long now, and I don't know why just adding one more game makes it seem even longer. It does seem even longer now for the NFL, that his big contribution to you guys was at the end of the year.
Oh, look, he was incredible. He was the difference maker, and I'm telling you, if he doesn't go down in the Super Bowl, they win that game by 21 points. Because the only option they had after him, because Higbee was out from the week before the NFC Championship, it was all Cooper Kupp. And
didn't he make big catches in the 49er game too?
Oh, yeah.
Just to get there?
The Tampa game, I mean, he was great down the stretch. He won the Baltimore game on a final catch in the regular season to ultimately get them the NFC West Championship. That guy, he was night and day from what you got at Cleveland, and that's what you got to worry about. Now, if he goes to Green Bay, I would assume with Aaron Rodgers, he's going to be fine. If he comes back to L.A., he knows that culture. But I think there's only a few places that Odell can go.
So really, he needs to come back, be really good for somebody, help them out, and then get a big contract in the offseason.
He was going to get paid without that injury. I feel really bad for Odell because he was a vital part. Without him, the Rams don't win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Interesting that we start the NFL tomorrow night with Odell Beckham Jr. as a free agent out there. Thank you, Tank. Tank says, daughter and I took the Montevallo tour yesterday. Very impressed. Appreciate that, Tank. Appreciate all of you guys supporting our sponsors like you do. We'll get back to college football when we come back after LT tells us about our friends at Simpio. Listen, if you are a small business owner, we cannot recommend these guys more than we do. They have helped us from before day one. They were BC with us.
Yeah, look, Blake and the guys do an incredible job over there. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. Simpio takes care of all the BS in every single office. When your business joins Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. That being said, Simpio, 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. My buddy Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing are proud sponsors of the Next Round, so much so that he has it on his beautiful black truck that he rolls around town with. You can look for Greg when he's out moving around. You'll want to keep Greg's number on standby in case you ever have any storm damage at all. That number to call at Storm Restoration Roofing is real easy to remember, but write it down. If you ever need it, hit me up on social media, and I will pass it along to you. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection, no obligation, free no-cost inspection if you call that number. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Why should you use Greg? Well, first off, he's oftentimes the guy who actually gets on the roof there. So he's the owner of the company. He's actually up there surveying it and doing the work himself. He's got those cool T-shirts where he cuts the sleeves off when it's really hot in the summertime, shows off those gun shows. Greg's that guy. He'll get up on your roof for you. Owns the company. So does his wife. Locally owned for over 20 years. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They'll even pressure wash your metal roof as well. Take care of that. Great warranties, and insurance companies love him. Keep the number on standby if you ever have any storm damage, too. 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, we're not going to talk fantasy football draft that we did last night. Thanks to all of you who watched it. You can still go back and look for it. One of the 10 of us up here, the entire company is doing it, 100% participation. So we got 10 teams because we got 10 employees. We're debating on what the last place punishment should be. We settled on something. We'll tell you about that later. But we loved everyone who watched it starting to send in punishments. This comes from our friends at Zaire Golf. Last place would only work for 8 of us, by the way, because we have 2 females. Look, the guy in golf has to wear the female golfing outfit, including the skirt, for 18 holes out on the golf course.
You get to play the red tees.
Yeah. You would just be worried about your score.
Yeah, I mean, I'll consider it.
The problem with that is a lot of us don't play golf.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was a funny little look there. Yeah. That's their fantasy football league punishment is that dude has to wear a skirt in the women's cut-off sleeves to go out there and play golf. A lot of good suggestions. We're not doing the Waffle House or the tattoo. That's been taken off the back burner as well. We think we have a good one that we'll have fun with later on for the last place finisher.
Can I just say, as a dude that is out playing golf a lot in the heat, the skirt doesn't look like the worst option.
No, our friends at Nut Dust would tell you that skirt, if you go commando underneath there, let the boys breathe.
That's the only thing they do, man.
The kilt might have been the right idea.
Well, that might be bad if you're behind somebody on a tee box that's got the skirt going commando.
You said bad, though.
You said bad.
You know what's funny is Dunaway, when we were trying to get the subscription numbers up to a certain level, you were going to get a tattoo and you didn't want to do it. But last night, you were the one that was pushing for the tattoo for the loser.
I wasn't pushing, LT. Everybody said, what should we do for the loser? I just threw it out. I wasn't pushing. I don't want a tattoo unless it's one that I want. I don't want to get, I lost my fantasy football league tattooed anywhere in my body.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what the tattoo would say.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah. If I get something that is meaningful, like my daughter wanted me to get one with her, and I was like, okay, I would consider that, but I didn't get it because my guns aren't where I want them to be for a tattoo.
Weight training coming up.
Yeah, he's about to start that.
Yeah. When does weight training start?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Always.
Busy today. Tomorrow's weekend.
Busy today. Tomorrow. Rockstar, give me cut number 9. Is it 9? Yeah, it's 9. Something Luke's talked about here, and Brown, you've brought this up a couple of times this week, just Sark's approach to this big game. I mean, they've got game day down there, and Casagrande of AL.com, Michael Casagrande, did the research on this. How many times do you think game day has been on the campus in Austin since the 2009 National Championship game?
Well, to be fair, the biggest game they play each year is not on campus. So they've been to that one a good bit, I think.
The Red River Shootout in Dallas outside of the Cotton Bowl.
On campus, I would guess they were at LSU back in 2019. And none others jump to mind.
Well, that's the only time. Since 2009, this will be the second time that game day is on campus in Austin, Texas.
That's hard to believe, yeah.
Now, we will all admit that Texas should host game day. They should have bigger games on campus than they do. So Alabama brings them back. But you get a little bit, as Luginbill touched on and Brownie did earlier this week, that Steve Sarkisian is trying to press the brakes a little bit on the expectations for this game. Now, maybe he's laying in the grass. Maybe they're going to be tougher than some of the experts think. But take a listen to Sarkisian this week.
And I think you can get caught up in being worried about Alabama. You can get caught up in being worried about game day being here. You can get caught up in being worried about Fox being here. You can get caught up in all the stuff that really is irrelevant to our ability to play good football. So we need to be enamored with us, focused on us, make sure that we're doing the things necessary to us to do our job really well.
Okay. The thing that pops out to me is Steve Sarkisian is sweating like he's on trial at this thing. Play it again, Rockstar. Look at how wet his forehead is. Did he just get out of the shower? Look at that sweat at the top of his head right there. He is sweating like he's being cross-examined on trial there.
You know, one of the worst things is after a workout, getting in the shower.
Oh, you can't stop sweating.
Yeah, I mean, he might have treadmilled it before this. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh, he may have treadmilled it. I mean, they may be trying to pull a USC and doing it outside for all I know. I can't tell. But he's sweating it up.
No, he is sweating it up. You're right. He's trying to tamp this down. I haven't seen the video of this, but apparently at some point in one of his press conferences, he was talking about culture and talent, and literally used the phrase, "Sometimes culture can beat talent." I don't.
Which one?
I'm going to take talent 9 times out of 10.
Which one's got the better culture?
I don't know.
I was going to say, if we're doing the old CBS Today with Jimmy the Greek and Musburger and the very attractive female back in the 70s, I would go talent, Alabama. Culture, Alabama.
I mean, there's nobody
coaching, Alabama.
There's nobody that'll face Alabama all year that's more equipped to know the talent of that roster. Sark's been going a couple of years, but he saw it when he was there, and he knows it hasn't fallen off any. And he recruited Bryce Young. I mean, he knows the level of quarterback play they're about to face. I mean, he knows what's coming. Is it going to be as bad as Luginbill? I was a little surprised to hear Luginbill say that. Y'all watched Georgia, Oregon, didn't you? I don't know. Do you guys anticipate that?
TR, one of our great viewers and listeners, I'm heading to Austin. I'll be sweating much more than that up in the nosebleed seats. Ashley, our great female listener on the Atlantic coast, says, same, I'll be in Austin, TR, although I'm spending a little extra money to be in the club seats solely for the AC.
Can't hide it.
Can't hide money.
Do you anticipate that, though? The Georgia-Oregon outcome?
Here's what I would say. If it's not like that, I could see Alabama-Florida last year where Alabama's offense struggles a little bit.
And they have to hold on. That came down to a 2-point conversion.
Well, what Paul said over in the chat room, he's watching us on Twitch. And just a second, right after, Rockstar tells us about his guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre at MD Realty is of the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. He is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam Mestre to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Paul on Twitch, a couple of pages back, and I won't have this word for word because it flies by so quickly, but he was making a point, almost what LT was just saying there about Florida in that game down at the Swamp, that sometimes young talent can surprise you a little bit in the game, and he thinks Texas, by looking at the roster, is about 6th in the country when it comes to roster people on the field, that maybe this Texas roster, some of the new guys, the young talent, will keep this closer than everyone in our chat room seems to think. He says he's playing the devil's advocate there.
That is a devil's advocate position, no doubt. It all starts with quarterback. I just don't know what you have in Quinn Ewers. And I don't know that Sark knows what you have in Quinn Ewers. Would you think you see some Hudson Card in this game, maybe?
Oh, I don't think so.
Could it get so bad for Quinn that maybe you need to let him watch a series from the sidelines and gather himself?
Maybe. I would be shocked if Quinn doesn't throw multiple interceptions in this game.
I mean, I think you're Sark. You feel better going into this game. I got a talent deficit, but I got a solid quarterback I can depend on. They don't know if they can depend on Quinn Ewers. Hey, they may be able to. You may find that out Saturday, but they don't know it yet.
You heard Luginbill say 3 freshman offensive linemen may be on the field at the same time for Texas. But as Paul pointed out in his message on the message board was, sometimes the freshman is the most talented guy on your team and maybe can do a good job against that Alabama line. It happened last year. I believe it was a Texas A&M guy who had a pretty good day against the Tide there. So maybe, obviously they're out there because they may be freshmen, but they're three of the best linemen on the Texas roster. They're there for a reason. Yeah. And when you're doing a changeover like Sark is, sometimes it's it's your recruits that you're bringing in. Maybe you got to play the youth before the veterans because the youth just are more talented.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. I don't anticipate this being particularly close. That Georgia-Oregon game was men and boys, and maybe that's what this game will look like. I was a little surprised to hear Luke say it. I'm thinking, Texas could hang with Alabama maybe for a quarter and make it look somewhat interesting. Oregon was out of that game quick.
I don't think Sark thinks it can.
Based on the way he's talking, he doesn't.
11 a.m. Remember, it's on Fox 6 in the Birmingham market, 11 a.m. Central Time as they get going this Saturday, Alabama and Texas. And you can listen to our buddy Chris Stewart on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. I had a dream last night.
With Chris?
Chris was part of it, but it was our buddy Corey Reamer was talking to Nick Saban walking off the field at halftime saying, a lot of people made a big deal about the heat, and he said this phrase. He said, only thing hotter than the heat here in Austin today was our quarterback in the first half. That was in the dream last night. Corey Reamer asking that to Nick Saban.
I'll get the tattoo if Saban says that.
Did Corey say it or Saban said it, though?
Saban said it. Corey said it to Saban. In the question of Saban, and Saban was like, well, we had a lot of good things working for us, blah, 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 blah. We got one more half of football to go, blah, 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 blah.
No, I was going to do it if Saban responded. The only thing hotter than the Austin heat is Bryce Young.
Is our quarterback right now.
You'll get what kind of tattoo?
I'd get a Longhorn if Saban says that.
Corey's doing it because Rashad Johnson is going on to the NFL. They're in search of a guy to do it, and Corey's going to do it this weekend. Yeah. I think he'll be good at it. Corey's a friend of ours. I think he'll do a really good job.
Yeah, good trip. Good trip, too. Yeah. Hey, if I'm going to do a tryout, hey, you want to come and do it the Vandy game? No, I'll try out the
I'm free that weekend.
The game in Austin.
Yeah, I'm free the weekend there.
I can do that one. You want to do the Utah State? No, the one in Texas.
Yeah.
Let me do that one. I'm sure it'll be fantastic. All right. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and more college football. The show being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR as we get ready for that weekend in Talladega. I had someone the other day saying they're new to the market.
Right.
And they covered it last year. I'm looking forward. They were really talking about looking forward to going to the rodeo and the bye week down at Auburn.
Yeah.
And they were like, what's that like? And I said, you talk about a party. I said, have you ever been to Talladega?
Oh.
And she was like, yeah, I was at Talladega this past spring to cover the infield. I said, a lot like that.
Yeah.
A lot like that.
Yeah.
It's a blast. It's a party. And so, too, is NASCAR coming back to Talladega.
It is. You can see more, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's where you reserve your spot at the Yellowwood 500 weekend. It is Friday, September 30 through Sunday, October 2. You can get a great experience like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. It includes guided garage tours, pit box tours, driver intro, fist bump alley, and much more. Get that. Get your spot, get your camping, get your garage passes, get all of that by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Big announcement coming up a little bit later on in the show that you guys can hang out with us on Thursday nights. So we'll get to that right before we do trash later on, but make sure you're with us there. Rockstar's viewing menu and a little basketball conversation in just a second. But first, let me tell you about one of our newer sponsors here at the Next Round. It's the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. In fact, we'll be using some of that in Drinks with Dunaway this week for your tailgate. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of, and Mark's helping me out here. I'm gonna give it a try. Extra añejo.
Añejo.
He says it's añejo. That's Mark. You know, our buddy Mark who rolls around a lot, our friend. He says añejo.
Okay, well, I'll trust him. I've always said añejo.
And reposado.
Reposado's right.
Yeah. They're all aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in the appearance and smooth and crisp in the finish, Maestro Dobel is the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Maggie came home and said, "What is this beautiful bottle?" It's in a great-looking bottle, too. It's the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the official tequila of the Next Round.
It's delicious, too. Tequila is a big trend right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Dobel is one of those you need to try out.
All right. By the way, the Buffalo Bills will start tomorrow night against the Rams in the NFL as the favorite to win the Super Bowl for the first time since 1991.
I told Lance... I saw the NFL Network send out a graphic, Rich Eisen's show, which includes Michael Irvin, Steve Mariucci and Kurt Warner, and then 2 reporters, Rachel Banana and one other, I can't remember her name, all picked the Bills across the board. You almost never see that in the NFL.
I picked the Bills last year. I think they were the best team last year. I was picking them again this year. It's not going to happen. I saw a graphic today that your favorite to win it is the Bills. Your favorite to win the MVP is Josh Allen. When you've paired up, it's never happened in the last 7 years where you've had, like Pat Mahomes and KC to win both.
Well, if not the Bills, then who? The Rams.
Why can't the Rams run
the
it back?
Rams.
The problem the Rams got is
coming.
we've got no depth because the Rams have paid like major players like Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Donald.
And you've
Matt
traded away
Stafford.
everything to get this team. Yeah.
Well, I think you've got to look past. To me, you've got to look past the betting window, which is where you get a lot of these odds from. The Bills are legit to me. I think you got to look past Tampa because Tom Brady gets a lot of bets in Vegas, right? I think you got to look past Green Bay because Aaron Rodgers and his history is going to get you past, get you a lot of bets in Vegas. I think you got to look past them. I think you look past the Rams because it's just hard to repeat. And then I start saying, if not the Bills, then who?
All right, then who?
The Chargers are a sexy pick, right?
They are?
The problem is they would have to beat the Bills at some point or the Bills get upset on the AFC side to get there.
I honestly now think the Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl.
The Ravens?
I do.
Even with Lamar Jackson without a contract.
I think
if they don't have it done by Sunday, he says, I'm not negotiating until afterwards.
And they're not. And I think it would be so sports for Lamar to go out and win a Super Bowl without a contract.
Isn't that the best negotiation, though, Dunaway? I'm not going to go negotiate till after the season.
But at that point,
by the way, I'm about to win the MVP on you. Now pay me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best negotiation would be to do that.
Or I can win the Super Bowl and just go play for somebody
Somewhere
else.
else for a ton of money.
Wait, so you gave Kyler Murray, I forgot exactly how much it was.
$50 million, right?
The third highest paid quarterback in the league. If Lamar went out and won a Super Bowl, how easy would it be to negotiate monster deal?
Yeah.
He's already got an MVP. Now he's got a Super Bowl. I just think I think Rashad Bateman's going to be much improved. Mark Andrews might be this year the best tight end in football. They're going to have a lockdown defense. They got the best kicker in football. Lamar's played like an MVP before. My problem with the Chargers is they've yet to win a playoff game under Justin Herbert, or yet to play in a playoff game.
Yeah, they haven't gotten there yet.
Barely missed it.
Over in the chat room, everyone's reacting to the SEC basketball schedule that's been released, and specifically 2 things. One is the end of the schedule for Auburn. We'll get to that in a little bit. And the other is Alabama fans unhappy with the home and home with Auburn this year. Alabama fans in our chat room upset that Auburn comes to Alabama for a midweek game, and Alabama at Auburn is a Saturday game. I don't know if that makes a difference on attendance, enthusiasm, any of that stuff.
That makes it tougher on you. I just have never once given that thought. I'd never even thought about it until it was pointed out in the chat room.
Yeah, because that game's sold out even in Tuscaloosa midweek, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I can see the frustration. You would like to get that game at home for a Saturday. It is a whole lot easier to go to a Saturday game than a midweek game.
Yeah, 100%. So, but the Auburn end of the schedule is now you would assume before your last 3 SEC games, you're pretty much locked into the tournament by then anyway. But if you go into the last 3 on Auburn's schedule, what were they again, Brown?
They were Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee, which one could argue could be, along with Auburn, 3 of the 4 best teams in the conference.
Yeah, it could be 3 of the 4 best teams in the country.
Yeah, no doubt. You finish at Kentucky, at Alabama, home to Tennessee. Woo! Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday. That's Auburn's finish.
You know what that tells me? That's the time of year when CBS is broadcasting a lot of triple-header basketball games, getting ready for their March Madness coverage. So a lot of those games will be bouncing onto the CBS network, it tells me.
As they pointed out, Kentucky and Tennessee would be the only 2 because Alabama's a Wednesday game.
That's exactly right. All right. It's time for New Life Art, and the viewing menu. Rockstar does it every day during this hour. And it's brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art.
I don't know if Alabama fans know this. There's a game against Texas on Saturday.
What?
Get 20% off all your Alabama versus Texas products. The last time the Tide played at Texas was in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl for the 2009 National Championship. Here's to another Longhorn beatdown. No code needed. Go to DanielMooreArt.com. The discounted price will appear in your cart. There's a bunch of different prints that you can choose from. Alabama versus Texas. Again, 20% off all those right now. Go to DanielMooreArt.com.
On Hulu tonight, there's a new show premiering, and has there ever been a synopsis that you read that's going, who wrote this synopsis and why do you think it would draw people in. It's a new show called Tell Me Lies. The story of a young woman's obsession with a man who is good at being charming. Does it draw anybody in?
Not really. Who's in it?
No. Who's telling me the lies, the woman
Yeah.
or the man?
I'm guessing him.
Well, I mean, you can be charming without lying, right?
Right, but
I have not found that to be the case, but yeah.
So it's just interesting. That's the new show they're pushing. It's a big premiere, and that's the synopsis. But also, 7:30 on Access TV, Sound City, a documentary that Dave Grohl made years ago about the closing of the legendary recording studio, Sound City, where he actually takes the board, he buys it. And just to give you a few.
I watched it in a hotel room.
A few of the musicians that have recorded albums at Sound City: Tom Petty, Elton John, Fleetwood Mac recorded Rumors there. Rage Against the Machine recorded Rage there. Red Hot Chili Peppers recorded Rick Springfield, REO Speedwagon, Blind Melon, Tool, Rancid, The Black Crowes.
Whoa, now you got me.
Johnny Cash.
Oh.
Queens of the Stone Age, A Perfect Circle, Slipknot, Bad Religion, Wolfmother. Just Metallica recorded Death Magnet. It's an amazing, Kid Rock, of course, but just amazing number of people recorded there, and it's a great documentary.
It is a great documentary.
It is a great documentary, but the board itself, Rockstar, does that, like, the board doesn't make the sound any better, right? What am I trying to say?
It's leveling. It's just what the engineers use for every album, like the knobs and everything, to turn Stevie Nicks' vocals up, to turn Mick Fleetwood's drums down.
It's something. It's a holy grail of sorts in
it's
music.
just an iconic thing.
That everything went through there that we now hear.
Well, what am I trying to say? Like, you know how if I was a great chef, that this certain pan maybe gives a certain flavor.
No,
does that board give a certain sound that's unique than anywhere else, or would it be the walls?
No, I think an audio engineer could probably tell the difference between a broken in board and, I mean, if you've got really good ears for it,
But it's one of those huge original boards like this, just massive that they had. I can't imagine that they took it out with those huge knobs and everything. With Nirvana recorded Nevermind there, and it's just an amazing documentary. It's sad that it had to go, but it's like it was a dump. You look inside, like going, these artists have recorded here, so that's funny. On Sound City is on Access TV at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
Looking forward to that. Looking forward to a lot more college football conversation in the final hour of the show. Todd Fuhrman will be with us, and Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB. They go on the road. Liberty, Bryant Vincent's revenge tour for UAB starts this weekend. All that coming up on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, you can see them in person. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Right now, they've got a model year closeout pricing on select 2022 models, making room for those 23s, like travel trailers starting as low as $139 a month. A great selection of fifth wheels starting at $329 a month, 10% down with approved credit on the luxurious Arctic Wolf 261 RK. See more, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the next round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, Scam Tracker, Get a Quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed. Where a town turns into a city and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jump right back into our college football conversation in just a second. But first, as we start this hour of Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Forrester, I don't know, has anybody noticed the National League East baseball standings this morning? Let's pull those up just to celebrate with, there's no Braves fans here on the desk here, but we appreciate the Braves Nation and how passionate you guys are. Quick look at the standings in the National League East. Buster said it was over. It's over, man. The Braves, 85-51. They're back to dead even with the Mets, who are 85-51. There's the standings, man. The Braves finally caught them. Just at the right time. Now can they hold on?
I mean, you look, we were talking about this earlier. Max Scherzer just went on the DL. And to me, that is a huge loss for the Mets, obviously.
And I heard your brother say this yesterday, too, that the Dodgers, though they're easily in the playoffs, they're not as healthy as they should be this time of year either. That being healthy at the right time and making moves in the second half and sort of peaking at the right time, such a grind the entire baseball season.
Well, and I think the thing that a lot of Braves fans were probably worried about was this rotation. Kyle Wright leads the bigs in wins. Spencer Strider has been lights out recently, just completely overpowering people. And then Max Fried has been a frontline starter. So, And Charlie Morton's a guy that's got postseason experience. I'm not nearly as worried about the rotation for the Braves. I think some Braves fans are nervous about Kenley Jansen because it seems like a high wire act every time he's out there. It's shaky save after shaky save. But again, Kenley Jansen's got World Series experience.
Yeah, Buster on the show tomorrow, he has owned this as much as he can. So, I mean, don't expect to take a victory lap on Buster here. He has owned himself on this one.
Braves wrapping up their trip to Oakland with an afternoon game today. The Mets have the easier of the two SOS, strength of schedule. The rest of the way, says Smuth 23 over there. So Buster back on the show tomorrow. But wanted to make sure we gave the Braves fans, as we're lost in football season, a little love as we start to wind down to the first week of October when the regular season finally comes to an end. About a month away. Can the Braves hold on now with a lead in the National League East? We've talked to Tom Luginbill already. Later, Todd Fuhrman in about an hour, and we talk UAB football with head coach Brian Vincent at 12:35 Central. All that this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. Right there on 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and for dinner, perfect for your tailgating. Pick it up on the way to your high school stadium. By the way, Brownie keeps informing me they're moving a lot of games from Friday night to Thursday night in high school football here in our area because of rain.
I was just talking to Lunsford in the break. He says everything. I don't know that there's still a game left on Rockstar. Is Lunsford in there? I can't see him. Is there a game left on Friday, or is everything Thursday?
At least around here, as far as I know, everything is Thursday now.
Yeah.
So a lot of big movement in high school football onto that Thursday night. So whether you're going Thursday night to your tailgate, Saturday to your tailgate, make sure to include Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com. We enjoyed it last night for our fantasy football draft up here. Just tons of chicken fingers and the Mississippi Delta tamale. Cannot tell you how good the food is and how much we appreciate Sterling and his crew right there at champyschicken.com. They bring you this hour every day. A lot of fun sound bites that Forrester puts together for us every day, but we have two of them that are just classic Rockstar. Let's go first with cut number 2. Brian Kelly, who is a unique individual. You'll give me that, right?
I will give you that Brian Kelly is a unique individual, yes.
Okay, now Brian Kelly is, though he is trying to blend in to Southern culture and SEC football, he is a Northerner. So you got to be careful when you pick your battles when you're from the North down here in the South, when you're trying to blend in, because sometimes your sense of humor isn't our sense of humor.
Would James Sr. call him a carpetbagger?
He would. And he would have called him, you know what? Now, this happens to me a lot. Now, I have a resting bitch face constantly. So I can say something that I am intending to be a joke, but as I deadpan deliver it, it will come off exactly like Brian Kelly came off here. But I want you to listen, though, because Leah Van, she writes for The Advocate in Baton Rouge.
Such a clap back here.
And she is ready to have a little back and forth with Brian Kelly yesterday.
With that, we'll open it up to this late arriving media crowd that must have enjoyed the weekend. That's usually $10 that we put in the kitty. We'll have a big bash at the end of the year at my place.
So maybe if you win, I'll be on time.
I don't think it has anything to do with winning. I think it has to do with being on time.
Ooh, God, I mean, did you see the turn? I mean, he's like, I'm as fun-loving as I can be. I'm going to make a little joke here about reporters being on time. She claps back, and buddy, you could just see the change.
I mean, she kicked him straight in the balls. Can you imagine somebody doing that to save him?
No.
But Leah went up afterwards and apologized and said, listen, that was unprofessional. I probably shouldn't have done that. And he laughed it off. He's like, no, I thought it was great.
Okay, good.
Now, people on Twitter didn't see it that way. They were bashing Leah, saying she should be fired from The Advocate, blah, 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 blah.
I did think it was a bit personal for her.
Yeah, it is a bit personal.
Yes, but it's okay.
But, I mean, she was the one that walked in late. She told everybody she had been at a doctor's appointment. It went longer than she expected, blah, 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 blah. But she went up right afterwards to him and said, listen, I apologize. That was unprofessional of me. You obviously were joking. And he apparently laughed it off and was good nature about it. So, as most coaches are, when sometimes when Nick Saban goes on these rants and stuff, if you go talk to him about it, he loves to just go back and forth. He loves it.
So I couldn't see this side of it. She was the only one that was late. So she's walking in. Basically, by him saying that, he calls her out.
Yeah, it's basically the equivalent, I think, rock star of a comedian doing his act, and you get up to go to the bathroom, and he always, the old school, they'd, where you going?
We had, when we saw TJ, Nancy was so afraid she had to go to the bathroom, and he just railed some girl that went to the bathroom. Oh, is this not good enough for you or something like that? She's like, I had to hold it the whole show because I didn't want to be that person who calls out.
Was she pregnant at the time?
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Well,
This
that's
was
even worse.
2 or 3 years ago.
All right. Now, Coach O was speaking to the Little Rock Touchdown Club. Coach O, who used to coach at LSU, national champion in 2019. I would imagine he's a fun guy to listen to if you get him like this, where you're interviewing him, and he is he's telling stories. Now, this
Looks
is
like two old
always got a tan. He really
The
does,
rock
man.
star's right. What'd you say?
It's like two old wrestlers.
It does. It looks like, oh man, I remember these two in the ring together.
We're coming back. We're going to be at the Little Rock Civic Center this Saturday night. Make sure you come buy your tickets. But Coach O is telling a story about things not going right, and he brings up Ray Charles' sight impairment, but then he tells the honest truth at the end, which I think is where Ed Orgeron's head went directly after the national championship game. Listen in.
So grateful of my time for LSU. That was my opportunity. You know, coaches got a shelf. Some coaches got 50 years. Some coaches got 12. Mine was 6. Good. I got to tell you, we had a meeting. Said, Coach, things are not going well. No shit, Ray Charles can see that, brother. And they were good. And Scott Woodward is a friend of mine today. Really, really, a lot of respect for the way they handled me.
So what's next?
Well, I got to tell you this, though. Shut up. Say, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
I love a coach finally admitting something like that.
I mean, and a lot of people said that's where his head went instantly after the 2019 season, because he started worrying about everything else but coaching the LSU Tigers.
That's also a coach that knows he's never going to be a head coach again.
Yeah.
You don't say something like that if you still desire to be a head coach. Urban Meyer, who probably still wants to be a head coach somewhere, doesn't say something like that, right?
But we all would do that, right? We'd sit there and go, all right, $17.1 million. We're not going to fight it. We're not going to try to find any dirt on you or anything. We're going to pay the $17.1 million. And you go, what time you need me out, Scott? And which door do you want me to walk out of?
I mean, I just hit the lottery.
Yeah, exactly. That's
so
fantastic.
good. Yeah, what's next? Let me tell you what's next. Real quick. Nothing.
You slow down, TV guy.
Yeah, you're lucky I got here tonight.
You know why I'm here? You guys are paying me to be here, too. Always.
Did y'all see that video though of a couple of kids trolling him like on spring break?
No, Coach O.
Yeah, and he comes up, he's shirtless, and he just stares at them, and then they don't say another word.
Ooh, I have not seen that.
Yeah, I don't know, Scotty, if you can find that. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I would not want to spend any of my 17.1 buyout on paying off kids that
I would not. But I will tell you, I wouldn't want to spend. That man at 55 years old could handle himself.
Yeah.
Okay. Another football question after Brown tells us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitter. Hope you enjoyed your weekend out there hunting this past weekend.
Yeah, the dove season has people fired up there. Jimmy D and the team at Nichols Outfitters have been hard at work getting your supplies for the season in stock. I'm talking 12, 20, 28 gauge shotgun shells. They're all in stock, but you got to hurry. Demand is through the roof for dove season. Get set for this dove season with the guys who know the outdoors, Nichols Outfitters. Exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Always online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
LT has trash coming up in the next segment, but right now back to college football. Okay, we go Lincoln Riley, Mario Cristobal, Brent Venables. Were there any other big changes in the offseason?
Billy Napier.
Billy Napier. At the time, were we putting him into the conversation with those three? I mean, obviously now he's a top 12
I was just talking
coach.
about the size of the job he took. I mean, what are you getting at? Just the name that moved?
We'll throw Billy Napier in there.
Yeah.
All those guys are unbeaten right now. Obviously, Billy Napier with the biggest win to date. When do those guys lose their first game? I mean, Brian Kelly was in that list. He was in that conversation.
Yeah, week one.
His was Florida State week
That's
one.
right.
So he's out. When do When do these guys lose? Billy Napier, it could be this weekend. Do you include Lincoln Riley into a tricky game this week on the farm against Stanford?
Yeah, I mean, I could see USC come out because of the athleticism and run them off the field. But at the same time, USC comes out a little too cocky. Tanner McKee plays extremely well for David Shaw. I could see Stanford keep this game close and possibly win this game, yeah.
Okay, so if it's not here, when does it get tricky again for Lincoln Riley?
Utah.
No, I think before
You think
that.
before Utah?
Yeah, I think Fresno's going to be tough. I think Oregon State's going to be tough. I mean, those are good teams.
Yeah.
And I don't think USC's a whole yet.
Yeah. You and Klatt differ a little bit on Oregon State. He did not like the way they finished that game against Boise. And he's right. Boise got back in that game.
Yeah, but Boise's still a talented team.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. They feel like they've fallen off a lot.
Yeah,
honestly.
they still won the game by 17.
I know.
Sometimes it takes time to learn to win, I guess. You know what I mean? To finish
yes,
things
I mean,
off.
Andy Avalos is.
That
you're
will
talking
be
about Oregon State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, the interesting thing is USC, after Stanford, they've got back-to-back Fresno and then Oregon State. Fresno and Oregon State play this weekend.
Right.
That's a really good game.
Really good game. I think I highlighted it. Thought I did.
You did. CBS Sports Network, 9:30.
Late window, which is the best window of the weekend, by the way. You get Baylor and BYU and Provo and Oregon State and Fresno State there as well. That's a good-looking window. And Mississippi State and Arizona, which will be a good game. More on that a little bit later on.
Did you mention Venables?
Venables is in there. When is it for Oklahoma? Is it Nebraska?
No, I don't think so.
I don't either.
I mean, Nebraska has shown me nothing. I mean, in 2 games, who did they get this week? Nebraska.
Kent State.
No, it's not Kent State. It's Georgia Southern.
Georgia Southern, yeah. I mean, I assume they'll win that. I thought they would drill North Dakota. They won 38-17. I don't think it's Nebraska, no way. I think it's Kansas State. And I need to see a little bit more of Kansas State. Lance, I know you like them.
Pitched a shutout this weekend.
Yeah, they did. But, again, I'm just
Game's in Norman. I think Oklahoma's going to win that game.
Yeah,
I think
it's a challenging game, and they've had a Kansas State problem. Lincoln Riley had a Kansas State problem. Was it an Oklahoma problem or a Lincoln Riley problem? Kansas State gets Missouri this week in the early window, 11 o'clock. I don't think Missouri's very good, so I guess that'll be a decent window into what we could see with Kansas State.
I could see Oklahoma run the table.
Really?
Yeah, I could. I don't think they will.
But when does it get tricky for you? Not lose, but when does it get tricky?
I mean, tricky is Kansas State, TCU, and Texas in 3 consecutive weeks.
Yeah.
Fun game, Missouri-Kansas State this weekend as well. More on that a little bit later as well. And who else? Mario Cristobal. When does it get tricky for Cristobal?
In 2 weeks when they go to College Station.
Yeah.
But if he's to win that game, Billy Napier's already got a signature win. This would be a signature win for Mario Cristobal.
Now, listen, I didn't watch any of Miami Bethune-Cookman. So, but I would say Miami beat Bethune-Cookman about the way I thought they would. After watching Texas A&M, you feel a little bit better about Cristobal and Miami's shot there in College Station?
Oh, that's a good game.
Yeah,
I think those two teams are a lot alike.
Yeah, after watching A&M, now A&M gets Appalachian State. It's a little bit of a step up this week. Appalachian State's got plenty of offense. Didn't show much defense against North Carolina. So can Haynes King look better? But do you guys really believe, though, that Sam Houston State's defense is better than Appalachian State's? Do you really believe that?
No.
I don't either.
Maybe.
I know the scores tell me Appalachian State has no defense. I don't believe Sam Houston's is better than Appalachian State's. Better athletes, man. Yeah, better athletes at Appalachian State than you do Sam Houston, don't you?
Yeah, I think Miami's going to be interesting. Right now, I would list A&M as a 6.5-point favorite.
I mean, Sam Houston's a team transitioning.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing Appalachian State did a few years ago.
Years ago, yeah, several years ago.
Yeah, I in my head, how long ago was it?
Well,
2012, somewhere around there.
I mean, you're talking a decade ago now. Yeah. So, I mean, they're transitioning. There's to me no way Appalachian State's roster is worse than Sam Houston State's. So this is a step up for Texas A&M this week.
Yeah, well, I'm not disagreeing that it's a step up. I just Sam Houston State's got some athletes there just by their location. When we look at what North Dakota State does when they come and play an FBS team, they're a formidable opponent. I would think Sam Houston State, who also won a national championship in 2021 at FCS, being able to get the leftovers in the state of Texas, has some talent on that team.
This is a big swing game weekend.
For some programs that you're questioning?
Yeah, I mean, Arkansas could easily lose to South Carolina. I think that's a difficult 11 o'clock sleepy game. You mentioned Missouri and Kansas State. Kansas State's got an opportunity to do some good things this year under Kleiman.
Tricky with Missouri, though.
Yep, it's a tricky game.
By the way, that Missouri defense played a little bit better than than people are giving them credit for.
Everybody's hyping Tennessee up in this rematch against Pittsburgh.
Oh, I know.
And
Tennessee's even favored on the road.
In Pittsburgh, I mean, if the defense plays better, Pittsburgh could easily win that game. Kentucky, Florida's a big swing game.
Stanford and USC.
Stanford, USC, Baylor, BYU for one of those programs. They move on undefeated for
Washington
the other
State, Wisconsin. Everyone's, penciled them into the Big Ten championship game.
Cameron Ward, a quarterback that came over from Incarnate Word and didn't play extremely well in week one. They still found a way to win that game, but we'll see what he's able to do against a really good defense in Wisconsin. But Oregon State, Fresno State, Mississippi State, I mean, that's one of those games that gets a little trickier when you go out on the road and you're playing at 10 o'clock.
If you want to go group of 5, did you mention Houston, Texas Tech?
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting – I just – after 1 week, I'm not sure Houston can challenge this thing like Cincinnati did, but they sure can if they lose to Texas Tech.
Yeah. By the way, Houston and Texas Tech getting ready to be Big 12 opponents in the very near future as Houston makes that transition there. Some of the games looking ahead, tricky for the coaches who we talked about all summer. It's coming, maybe not this weekend for anybody other than Lincoln Riley and Billy Napier. Napier in that conversation now. Brian Kelly got his in the first game against Florida State. He tries to bounce back against Southern and get some momentum going towards the SEC schedule. Yes, Brown.
No, this is actually a good line from LT's neighbor. I was talking about Sam Houston State transitioning. He goes, yes, now there's Samantha Houston State.
As they're moving up into FBS play there.
Transitioning, yes.
Clay Helton versus Scott Frost in Lincoln, Nebraska. Ugly coaching matchup. Would not trust either coach to run a sidewalk lemonade stand, says Tripp.
Well, I think Clay can give Scott some tips on spending that buyout, though. Clay got a decent little buyout.
He did.
Yeah. Coaching at Georgia Southern now. Coach O, now Kelly, these guys are laughing all the way to the bank, says Vols on Rocky Top when talking about LSU money.
Well, I mean, $17 million. That's what winning a national championship will do for you, though. Get you that good buy. Ask Gene Chizik.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill, they bring you the lock of the day every day right there. A lock of the day, Hemp Hill Services. Cooling, heating, and plumbing needs. Boy, is there anybody better than Adam and Chad to take care of your house? They take care of LT as well. I assume baseball play a little bit later on at lanceslock.com.
Yeah, I had a tough one last night. Had the Blue Jays against the Orioles. They blew a 3-run lead, but big one for the Orioles, at least staying alive in that wild card hunt.
After dropping 2 games before that. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham's trusted since 1954 to fix it. Fix it right and fix it the first time at a fair price. That's what Adam and Chad believe in. That's what you get at Hemp Hill Services. Call them up now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Trash in just a second. Our show being brought to you in part today by the wonderful folks at Backyard Adventures. The company's Backyard Solutions, because they do more than just the playground, the Backyard Adventure Playground. You can also get the wonderful alley-oop trampolines there and the beautiful goal setter basketball goals. All this adds to the value of your home and makes your kids enjoy staying at home. In fact, you become the home in the neighborhood. BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com, or call them up, 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386. With the Backyard Adventure Playground, let's talk about a couple of things. One thing, quality, 100% cedar, lifetime warranties on the playground. It's so much better than the thinner constructed stuff you buy at the big store-bought stores. That stuff, not the same quality you get with our friends at Backyard Adventure. And they take care of you. And I love customer service, and they're top-notch at Backyard Adventures. From point of sale all the way to when you're done with the set, it includes maintenance programs to help you keep it looking good year after year. And they will customize the playground for you. They've got a 3D designer who can sort of design it to fit your yard perfectly, make it as big as you want to do. And they handle landscaping as well, which sort of fits it into your backyard to make it look good with borders and mulch and everything. All that with our friends at Backyard Adventure, BackyardAlabama.com, BackyardAlabama.com, or call them up, 205-408-4FUN. Brownie.
Alabama and Texas play Saturday. Am I right about that?
They do.
So when Alabama and Texas to get together, what name recently comes to the top?
Colt McCoy.
Adam Schefter reporting the Cardinals have placed backup quarterback Colt McCoy on injured reserve today.
That's perfect.
I mean, what timing for that one, right?
That gives him a chance because he can't play for 4 games at least now Gives him a chance to make it to Austin. Maybe he's the guest picker on game day.
It could be. Trace McSorley, by the way, going to be Kyler Murray's backup. The alternate story there, how about the fact Colt McCoy's still drawing a paycheck in the NFL?
That's pretty impressive.
Do you know what he's made in his career?
I do not.
I would say he's made $17 million.
24 with 27 if he can make it through next season to end his contract, $27 million. That's a pretty good living as a backup. I don't know how many starts Colt McCoy has made. It's not a ton. He started some for Washington, right? $27 million is a heck of a career as a backup.
And Mac Brown thinks he has his new Colt McCoy in North Carolina and Drake May. He's looked good through a couple of games. It's a big college football weekend coming up. We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman about it in the top of the hour. This part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner. If you haven't tried the wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales yet, give them a try. All the great chicken fingers and fried chicken plates, the sides, the dessert. You just can't beat it. See the menu and a lot more. Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. A couple of other college football notes before we get to trash. Texas A&M, they're not done recruiting yet. Four-star cornerback Brandon Rogers picked Texas A&M last night. We mentioned Kentucky running back problem. Raymond Jefferson, ACL injury. He was sort of the big guy filling in. He's done for the year. Another guy who got 6 carries in the game Saturday, Justin McClain, questionable for the game, lower leg injury. I think it's his ankle. And when asked about it, Mark Stoops said yesterday he's not commenting on whether or not Chris Rodriguez will be available for the game or not.
So you stand by your speculation, not a report.
Well, I mean, they're limited at running back, Brown. We're just damaging the team now if we don't play Chris Rodriguez.
I know.
I mean, it's not a punishment to Chris. Why punish everybody?
That's the old Bobby Bowden line.
I kind of agree with that in this game. It's a big game. I mean, if Kentucky wants to get to where they want to be, and that's a one-game situation against Georgia to win the East, you got to win this game.
Yep.
I mean, suspend him in the Louisville game at the end of the year. Can't play in your rivalry game, Chris.
That's your punishment.
Yeah. You missed the first one and the last one. We need you Saturday, though, in Gainesville. Looking forward to that. All right, before we do trash, though, Dr. B's got the hair today. Look at that. Fantastic.
It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, thank you,
beautiful.
boys. Hey, with age, unfortunately, for a lot comes hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting. Went over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see those results. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Jeff asked, where do you find the videos that are playing sometimes during our commercial break? We have Instagram, TikTok, everything out there. If you want to go TikTok, may have gone TIT there. TikTok. TikTok.
That's a totally different
one. It could be a $1 billion business idea, by the way.
Probably already is.
Put that one on the to-do list there, Lunsford. TikTok and Instagram, Twitter. Just follow us everywhere so you don't miss anything. And always watch us here on the show and gives us the thumbs up. If you're watching us on YouTube right now, a good opportunity to jump down and hit the thumbs up button. Just scroll down, like, subscribe, and hit the thumbs up button as we do trash.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why our friends at Mortgage Right, they are there to help you out along the way. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got the They created the Lock and Shop program to help you score big on home ownership. With the Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. We start first. Jerusalem District Traffic Police detained a driver on Monday after footage surfaced on social media depicting him driving a car while a dog sitting in his lap holding the steering wheel.
He's got the paws on the wheel, looks like.
He does.
Y'all remember Toots is the cat?
Toots is the driving cat, yeah. He'd always wreck at the end. What
He really would. The suspect was summoned by the Jerusalem police, questioned by the traffic department for reckless driving allegations. Police said the suspect, 35-year-old resident, quote, endangered other road users.
I mean, if he navigates that little alley right there, hats off to him, because we've got a car stopping there, garbage cans on the right, truck to the left that's about to pull out.
Yeah, big fence.
He's about to do a three-point turn. Suspect is expected to face charges before a traffic court once his investigation is completed, and they have put the dog down.
What?
I'm kidding.
Oh.
You got Brown on that. Like,
it's not the dog's fault.
Yeah.
He looks pretty alert. I don't think I've been that alert driving in years. How about this? September 2nd, West Monroe police were dispatched to a residence in West Monroe, Louisiana, in reference to a disturbance. Upon arrival, officers made contact with the victim, who mentioned that their older sister, 19-year-old Princess Arana Williams, allegedly struck them several times during an argument over spray cheese.
Well, I do not like the spray cheese like that. What was that called? The
Easy cheese?
Yeah, the thing where you pressed it down.
Oh, I liked it.
Oh, there was a time I liked it.
Right in your mouth?
Yeah. I told you I put it on Reese's Cups.
Oh,
yeah, there was a time I liked it. Threw it on a Ritz cracker.
Yeah. According to authorities, the victim, which stated they were struck in the stomach several times by Williams. Also, Williams allegedly chased the victim outside with a taser. Officers made contact with Williams, and she advised police that her family members were not telling the truth. According to Williams, she never struck the victim. Williams, though, was placed under arrest.
Do you, if you name your child Princess,
you expectations?
Do you greatly increase their chances of being a handful?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you do.
What's Michael Jackson's kid's name?
Prince, right?
Yeah, there's Blanket.
That's true. I forgot about Blanket.
There is Prince, though. I think
that was Prince Michael Jackson, was it?
I can't remember. I have to look it up. But yeah, I remember Blanket.
Yeah.
The Villa and Barrel Lounge just opened this summer. The company behind it, West Coast Brewing, already had established itself as one of Japan's most popular craft brewing operations, and the hotel is located right across the street from the brewery.
Okay.
So with such a short distribution line, each of the hotel's 5 rooms is equipped with its own beer tap and supply of 10 liters of West Coast beer per night, free for guests to enjoy. This is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
What's more, it's a specialty made brew exclusive to the hotel room taps, not available anywhere else. Now, 10 liters works out to be more than 17 pints or more than 28 cans of beer.
Wow. So I get 28 cans of beer a night?
Yeah, and if you don't finish it, you can take it home with you.
This is crazy.
I like this.
28 beers.
How do you take it home with you? It's in a tap.
C-Stu would love that place.
Wouldn't he, though?
Okay, but
he just hold his mouth into the tap.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I mean,
like you're washing your teeth.
I don't use the coffee pot in a hotel room.
Brown does.
Yeah, well, only to brew.
Because I always wonder, I mean, what God for awful things are done in the hotel rooms around the world.
Well, I mean, how has it been cleaned, right?
Well, you use the remote, don't you?
Over here.
What?
I use the remote, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't put it in my mouth.
There's been DNA on that remote.
Well, I'm just saying, Dunaway's right, though. How heavily was that coffee pot cleaned, if at all?
And what was in it?
So you never use the glasses by the sink?
I do not.
I do.
They have those little paper.
They got the paper. Paper top. Yeah.
Yeah, I have used those in a pinch, especially.
I just try not to think about stuff like that, but you're right, Dunaway, when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I always forget it. I always tell myself when we go on these road trips, I'm going to bring my own pillow. I never do.
Well,
the pillow is probably the most disgusting thing in there.
Probably because you don't want to be that guy where you're carrying your pillow under your arm.
Yeah.
Like Dunaway's got his little pillow.
Pillow's hard to travel with.
Boy, my kids don't care.
Yeah,
that is a necessity for them.
My wife and daughter always got their pillow with them.
Yeah.
But see, here's the deal. When I take my pillow with me, I don't want to take it back home at that point now.
throw away the pillow
Well,
case.
it's in the car, and occasionally gets dropped.
Yeah, in the parking lot when you're getting out and unpacking.
All right, random smell I like is the smell of hotel room sheets. Like, I think hotel rooms or hotels use just about a universal detergent. Like, they all use the same one. The smell of a hotel sheet, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I like that smell. I told you it's random.
Yeah. How about this is random? An animal-obsessed woman who shares her home with more than 50 rescue animals has had the ashes of 2 of her deceased pets inked permanently into her skin so that they can, quote, always be with her. Alexandra Ash, fittingly enough, 35 years old.
Welcome to TikTok.
Who has at least 30 tattoos of her adopted animals, decided to have the ashes of her late tabby cat Lamb embedded in her right arm and the remains of her 3-legged baby fox called Matilda.
Oh, it is a fox.
Tattooed next to her heart.
I was about to say her dog looks like a fox.
Those are not very good tattoos.
Nope.
I don't know what. Is this the fox? What is this one right here?
Oh, no.
Looks like a
That's
raccoon.
raccoon is what it looks like.
Who's waving at me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The cat's head seems superimposed on a tattoo.
I'm going to guess she is hot.
She's not. I mean, she's not ugly, but she's not hot.
Now, crediting the cat she had owned since she was 18 for having pulled her through recovery after she fell into heroin addiction in her late teens and 20s.
Yeah.
Alexandra has been drug-free for 5 years, dedicates her life to caring for rescue animals in the sanctuary of her home. That is
great.
good.
Yeah,
though,
but I like that she, they say, what do we do for the background of the cat tattoo? What about brawny paper towels?
Yeah, why are we laying her arm? I was going to bring that up on a paper towel.
And she's going to be in a nice little blue puddle of piss. How about that? Yeah. With red coming out of her arse. Yeah.
You think about wearing a bra, Alexandra? Nope, it itches the face of my fox. No bra here.
LT, you love your dog more than anybody I've ever humanly seen. Would you anticipate doing this maybe when Lady Bird dies?
Oh,
bro. What?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Well, I mean, you love Lady Bird.
Yeah.
Much like this woman loved the, cat and piss.
I probably would get Lady Bird stuffed.
Where
would
you
you
will
put her?
not. You will not.
Oh, my God. Put her on the top of your car?
Can you imagine how dusty she would be after a couple of years?
I don't know. That's the only bad thing about having pets is, the life expectancy.
Yeah, it
it's
is
really
bad.
sad.
Yeah.
Or technically, LT, brothers, sisters, parents, we all die.
Yeah, but our life expectancy is a lot longer.
Yeah, I mean, dogs
Dogs
they
go quick.
quickly. I know
Yeah.
you're excited about yours going where you don't have to walk them anymore.
No, not at all. I love Angus. Charlie Clockblocker, since Maggie's got back, is in full.
He's back.
He is playing defense like Kirby Smart's coaching him up.
I don't think you know. She probably takes Charlie Cockblocker to creative to train him.
I asked her that the other night.
Picture of Dunaway.
I asked her that the other night because, too much information, but it was.
No, never with you, Jim.
It was hot, and she was, doing some work under the blankets, not clothed.
What the
Whoa.
And so I came down at the halftime of LSU Florida State, and I was distracted.
Whoa.
And then, so I start to make my play, and then Kirby Smart sent in a blitz from Charlie Cockblocker over there, and I got sent
Does
back.
he growl at you?
He bites me, LT. He bites me.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Where does he bite you?
Whatever he can get his hands on, Rockstar.
Hey,
So I was back upstairs.
I might not, but Charlie's ashes will be definitely inked into Mag's skins.
No, not a big fan. No. And I had to coach him up, too. I was like, she's been gone for 2 weeks. I have overfed you. She gives you a scoop. I give you 3 scoops just to pacify you. Try to win him over.
But Maggie didn't want to be overfed.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some crazy ideas for you guys.
Rockstar, does he know the microphone?
This may be too much information, but she was naked.
But
She was doing work.
She was doing work. I really want to know what you mean by that.
Yeah,
Homework.
really.
Duke work.
She got like a calculator.
Can I just say the way you said it, Dunaway, I don't think any of us thought homework.
Jim, don't come in my room when I'm doing work.
Jason says Dunaway needs to stop going to Alabama Men's Clinic.
I know. Drake says, Jim, the mic is on. Check. We're there.
Listen, if we can't be honest on the show, then you're in the wrong place.
Okay, crazy ideas. How about a skip the line pass everyone receives at birth? You can use it one time in your life.
Yeah. All right. So this is similar to when we were coming back from Indianapolis and we were talking about teleportation, which you only get like cell phone minutes used to have. You only get 500 miles of teleportation because we all wanted to be home. And we're like, would you use 250 of your teleportation miles at the first of the year? And you're like, oh, that's 250 gone. If you use that pass, though, you're always going to say, do I really want to use that pass right now?
I think we probably would have used it that trip.
Yeah.
That was a long trip.
I don't know if I would have. It did get a little long when we got off the road in Nashville. Coming back from the beach sometimes, man, I'm always like, man, I can get a whole nother day at the beach and then just and jump in my own shower.
Yeah, and I don't understand what goes on from Montgomery to Birmingham nonstop.
A lot of bumper to bumper traffic.
I think we go 4 lanes to 3 lanes to 2 lanes.
Maybe
and right there south of Montgomery, too, is rough, too. Like Hope Hole or whatever that is.
Another crazy idea. Night of the week should be named after the days of the week. So instead of Saturday night, we just call it Saturnight.
Okay. It's never really bothered me.
Really
Sun night, Monday night, Tuesday night.
Don't forget Alabama, Texas, Saturday night.
How about this? Instead of having criminals do time, artificially aged their bodies the amount of time they were supposed to be in prison.
That sucks. They're going to give me 125 years?
That would be pretty cool, though.
They just turned to dust.
Oh, sorry, you were going to die at 52. We didn't know.
You don't have to go to jail, but you're 21 and you're about to come. We're going to make you a 55-year-old man with this procedure.
Oh.
How about mattress makers should team up with hotels so people can book a night for the purposes of testing out a specific make and model before buying?
That's a great idea.
In some really good hotel beds before.
That's a cool idea, though. I can get that mattress.
Yep.
Yeah.
The first, I won't mention the brand, but the first ever, it was the TJ Yeldon, I remember it by play, TJ Yeldon Screen Pass, the one you can set to like 64 or 73 on the side of your bed. First one I ever slept at was in a hotel. They upgraded me to that room that had where I could adjust it to my setting, and I just spent all night long going, oh, am I 65?
Like Dale Griffin in that Planes, Trains, and Automobile.
I'm going to try 50. No, I'm going to try 77.
Now it's 3 in the morning.
And I kept adjusting all night long. Didn't like it.
So you didn't like it?
Didn't like it.
That's a stunner.
Final crazy idea. Closure. A podcast where a host invites the writers of all canceled but unfinished shows, let them explain how they would have ended the series.
Oh, that is fascinating. I would love that.
Magic City, that one we liked that got canceled out of the blue.
Would love that.
I wanted to know where they were going.
That's a great idea. Why don't we do that? Why don't we?
We're not the writers of the show.
No, we just invite them on.
We invite them on, though.
Yeah.
We got to find them.
Yeah, we just find different ones.
Yeah, I like that idea.
They've probably been, I've been waiting for somebody to ask me that. 100% I'll come on your show.
I say we do it.
It would be really good. That's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Rate have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Rate's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Rate's upfront underwriting program will help you shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR.
Big shout out to Maggie, who's listening to Trash Today. Thank you for tuning in.
It's always the worst time.
Appreciate the text. Champions Boxing will get you into shape. Champions Boxing.
Did you interrupt work?
What now?
Did you interrupt work?
Champions Boxing, corner of Highway 119, Highway 31, behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. Inside the gym right there, you take a look at what the workout is. Footwork, some heavy bags, work your core, work your agility. Feel younger, feel better, ages 7 and up. 6 USA Boxing certified trainers. It's not a fight club, but you can find your fight to get better in life. Right there at Champions Boxing. At the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram at Champions Boxing AL.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
We're about to do sneaky good games of the weekend. We each have a selection. We'd love to hear yours. It's brought to you today by our friends at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag.
Oh, the NFL season starts tomorrow night. You got the Bills and the Rams, and you can get aboard right now with mybookie.ag and get a winning season. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie, you get to the most for your money. They've got that double deposit bonus right now. Here's how it works. Deposit $250. $500 is in your account. You use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you want. Here's how you claim that bonus. You go to mybookie.ag, and when you sign up, you use the code NEXTROUND. That is our show name, Next Round. Put it in there. You double your initial deposit. Bet on team win totals, predict the Super Bowl winner, use the MyBookie prop builder, and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today at mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. That is mybookie.ag. BetOnline.ag, code next round.
All right, Rocky, let's hit it, man.
The College Football Spotlight.
This weekend's sneaky good game.
Sneaky good game, a game that is off the beaten path. Brownie, start us off, man. You're eager, jump in there.
We're going to go to UVA. The University of Virginia is at Illinois. They're in Champaign. Illinois is a 4.5-point favorite. We saw this game last year in Charlottesville, and Virginia dominated. 42-14. You like Brendan Armstrong, LT.
I like him a lot.
He threw for 405 yards in this game against Brett Bielema last year. And their season opener, which is a little closer than I would have liked for Virginia, he threw for 246, 2 touchdowns and a pick. I don't know how you feel about the Syracuse transfer, Tommy DeVito. But in 2 games, he's thrown for 426 yards, 4 touchdowns, and just the 1 interception.
He's an upgrade.
Looked really good against Illinois.
For Illinois against Indiana.
Indiana.
Yeah. So Virginia, Illinois.
Came before that, too, that they actually won.
Armstrong versus Tommy DeVito. It is Illinois favored by 4.5.
Yeah. What about you, LT? Sneaky good game. Who do you like today?
Yeah, I am going to go with Old Dominion, and they are heading to play East Carolina. East Carolina coming off such a tough loss. East Carolina's 12.5-point favorite here. I think this is going to be a lot closer than that. I think the Monarchs are better than advertised coming off that win against Virginia Tech. Monarchs defense, really, really good, forcing, I think, 5 total turnovers against Virginia Tech. And then you look at Holton Allers, the quarterback for East Carolina, his ability with his legs, stretch plays, gritty defense. I think this will go down to the wire. I think that's a sneaky good game.
Yeah, rarely does a sneaky good game involve an SEC team, but I thought Mississippi State going on the road to play Arizona all offseason was an easy Mississippi State win. Like, great scheduling by the Mississippi State folks to go play a Pac-12 team on the road late at night on national TV, and you'll get an easy W. I don't think it's so easy anymore. Arizona beat San Diego State on the road. All the transfers Jed Fish brought in, including Jaden DeLaura, who came from Washington State, right? Who probably went there, wanted to go to Washington State to start with because of what Mike Leach was doing at Washington State. Now those two come together there in Tucson. That's a great late game, 10 o'clock, and I think it's sneaky good. I think a lot of people will sleep on that game. Mississippi State and Arizona, tune it in on FS1 at 10 o'clock. It may be a Tim Brando game for all I know, so you had to put up with that, but no, I love Brando's games. Enjoy that. Mississippi State and Arizona.
Yeah, and I'm trying to check what that total is right now, but I don't know if you can have enough points on that game.
As far as over-under?
Yeah, Mississippi State's going to be really hard to stop this year, especially out of conference. In conference, we'll see. I mean, they still put up some points last year. I am looking, and that total...
Tripp is right, though. Missouri and Kansas State also a really good game. Blake goes Kansas and West Virginia is a sneaky good game.
Neil Brown better hope it's not.
59.5 is the light total for those
so
two.
you take the over, it sounds like.
59.5 on Mississippi State and Arizona?
Yeah, that seems way too low.
Take the over.
I think one team gets 50.
Whoa, Dunaway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would play the under because it's so low.
Yeah, so Vegas is telling you something there. Yeah. All right, that's our sneaky good games today. Brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Greystone Chiropractic, Brown.
Jimmy D, you can make an appointment by going to GreystoneChiropractic.com. Greystone Chiropractor also has that Element Wellness Center. Great things like IV vitamin therapy, which helps your lack of energy. It helps frequent illnesses if you have those, if you're not looking your best. Their IVs designed to help increase energy, enhance immune response, and reduce the signs of aging. They also have cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting. That's all part of Element Wellness there at Greystone Chiropractor. But listen, if you're like me and you got back and neck issues, Greystone Chiropractor Dr. Lee does a phenomenal job. He's helped my entire family. I trust my family with him. You can as well. Make an appointment today. 119 off 280, 981-8090. That is 981-8090 or GreystoneChiropractor.com.
Todd Fuhrman is up next as we talk about all the games in college football, maybe including that total of Mississippi State and Arizona on the road this week for Hail State.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. in this crazy market depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama, Texas, how does it play out in Austin at 11 o'clock? Can South Carolina rattle the cage of Arkansas in the SEC as that gets going this weekend? We'll talk about the total for Mississippi State and Arizona. Is there a chance Stanford gets USC at home? All that with Todd Fuhrman
right after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, if you've been thinking about popping the question, our friends at Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store right now. Go to brombergs.com.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you go. BetTheBoardPodcast.com to get everything Fuhrman does right there. They do a tremendous job. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter as well. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing very well, gentlemen. How are you guys this fine Wednesday?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Let's start with Alabama, Texas. So much talk about that game around here, as you might imagine. Opened at 16.5 up to 20. Is that enough in your mind for this game?
The number got to 21. I'd be mildly intrigued by Texas only because I made the game 17 myself. So that would probably get me to the window with a potential value bet. But, gentlemen, let me tell you, I'm praying it doesn't get there because I do not want to be holding a Texas ticket on Saturday in this particular football game because I don't think the X's and O's line up whatsoever for what Texas is going to try and do against Alabama. Steve Sarkisian has downplayed the importance of this game. I think he realizes he's in over his head with a young quarterback, an experienced offensive line, and a defense, quite frankly, that I don't think is equipped to really slow down Alabama in any facet of the game. This will be the largest home underdog price tag attached to Texas since the FBS-FCS merger back in 1978. And quite honestly, it's still for me as a lay it or don't play it type scenario. Lean over the total as well, but all the value has been extracted there. 59.5 is where it opened, out to 66. Wouldn't shock me at all if Alabama finds a way to flirt with a 50 burger here.
Fuhrman, another interesting SEC early game, 9 o'clock desert time. South Carolina, Arkansas. Arkansas opened 11.5. It's down to 8.5. It still feels like maybe this is too many points.
You know, this is a game that I'm still stinging that I was on the wrong side of last week with a push from Cincinnati as a 7-point underdog, grabbed one of the rogue sevens that was out there. Watched Arkansas, wasn't overly impressed. I think you guys kind of know my feelings on KJ Jefferson. He's a little bit limited in the passing game, and I think we saw some of that on full display, quite honestly, the way the game went against the Bearcats. Cincinnati just wasn't able to take advantage of anything that they were looking to do on the offensive side and continue to shoot themselves in the foot defensively. When you look at South Carolina, don't be fooled by the 35-14 scoreline. They were anything but dynamic offensively, the beneficiaries of a couple of non-offensive touchdowns. To the defense's credit, though, they did stymie Georgia State's passing game. They held the Panthers to just 7 of 29 through the air. They struggled a little bit on the ground, but when you build a multi-score lead, you can understand why. So when I look at this game, if the total continues to tick down a little bit, I'd actually make a case to go over with these two teams. I think both defenses leave a little bit to be desired, and both offenses would be a slightly more crisp this week with the early start time.
Pat Narduzzi loves everything that has happened this week leading to the Tennessee-Pitt game, including the Vols coming in as the favorite in this contest. It's been the summer of talking about Tennessee being back. How tight is this game for you, 2:30 ABC?
You know, this is a game I'm disappointed in, guys, that it opened where it did because I was hell-bent on laying the points with Tennessee. We saw during the summer months that the Vols looked to be about a 2.5, 3-point favorite here, and suddenly game opens at 5.5, immediately takes money on the favorite. Now, there were a little bit of value seekers out there that were grabbing the 7 with Pittsburgh, but I think this is a separation of the haves and have-nots. I really like where Tennessee is going as a program, something that I never would have said when they hired Josh Heupel because I thought that was a little bit of a reach. But Hendon Hooker has stabilized the quarterback position. We saw the emergence last week, maybe that Boutte McCoy can be the number 2 receiver opposite Cedric Tillman. And they were the only team in all of college football thus far this season that have run more than 3 plays a minute at 3.1. So we know they're going to operate at a breakneck pace. So when I look at this game, I think Pittsburgh defensively in the secondary is going to have some real problems trying to slow down Tennessee's aerial attack, a little bit of revenge on the mind for the Vols. So I lean Tennessee at 6.5. I'm just not extremely bullish on Pittsburgh this year, although I do think Keaton Slovis and that offense will steadily improve.
Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At Todd Fuhrman is where you find him on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman. Also, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Go get that podcast. Listen to some great information on all the upcoming games. We'll get to some NFL in a minute with him as well. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Yumi, Dunaway, Lance, and 7 stiffs off the street could have played the same defense Appalachian State played Saturday. Now they go to College Station, where they're an 18-point underdog, but A&M was far from impressive on offense. What do you make of this game?
Yeah, you guys pretty much described my flag football career in college, where I didn't want to move more than 5 to 7 steps right or left when we'd play on Sunday mornings after a long night at the bars on Saturday. When you look at Appalachian State in this spot, I think they're in for a long, long day in Aggie land. Texas A&M wasn't exactly dynamic offensively in their workmanlike effort against Sam Houston State, but you can understand why in the second half, when the weather delay and everything else, that the Aggies didn't exactly feel like they needed to open up their entire playbook. It's going to be men amongst boys in the trenches, and when I look at this App State team, I do wonder what they have left in the tank, knowing that they put together a 40-point fourth quarter, and it still wasn't enough to get them even to overtime against North Carolina. I think the Aggies can do what they want when they want, and this is a significant step up in class for what the Appalachian State Mountaineers are going to encounter down there in College Station. It's a definition of a blowout here. I'll lay the points here with the Aggies.
You know, an interesting number to me is Texas Tech. Tyler Shuck's out. I know Donovan Smith played well. It was against Murray State. But now they're taking on a Houston team where they're laying 3 points with a backup quarterback. I watched all of Houston, Texas, San Antonio. I was lucky to get home with the Roadrunners plus the 3.5. But it seems a little interesting, Houston catching points here.
You know what? I won't say you were lucky to get home. I think that was the right side. I was lucky to get home with that game going over the total at 59.5. So I counted my lucky stars there. But don't worry, boys. The gambling gods got the best of me with the under I had in Cincinnati and Arkansas, as well as the under I had in Utah, Florida. So they always extract their pound of flesh one way or another. But when you're looking at these two teams, I think it's been fascinating to watch how this number has moved. A pick'em is where it started. We've seen Texas Tech move into a 3-point favorite role despite the change at quarterback. But to be quite frank, I agree with you, LT. I don't think there's a massive drop-off whatsoever between the two quarterbacks and what you're going to see from Joey McGuire's Red Raider offense. I do wonder about Houston. I'm not extremely high on Dana Holgorsen. Some of his X's and O's oftentimes leave a lot to be desired, and I really thought they should have adopted a much more aggressive passing attack to get Nathaniel Dell involved last week against UTSA. I think if the number were to get a little bit richer, you're going to see an appetite for Houston and the price to come back. The Cougars also have revenge for the game that they lost against Texas Tech last year, a contest where they dominated the first half. Dana, as he so often did, failed to make adjustments at halftime, and Texas Tech was able to come back. So I would lean towards the Cougars, especially if the number got through a field goal out to 3.5.
Also in that window, 2:30 on Fox, Washington State and Wisconsin, two teams, I don't even know if they've ever played. I've never seen them on the same field together. Maybe a Rose Bowl back in the day or something. What do you make of that game? It seems to be, an interesting matchup of two teams that have some hopes this year.
Yeah, you want to talk about a team that was lethargic in their opener. That was the definition of Washington State sneaking by Idaho 24-17. Cameron Ward, the quarterback, transfers in from Incarnate Word, put up nearly 5,000 yards passing a season ago, 47 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. And I think this Washington State team is going to be able to upset the apple cart against a couple of teams in the league. That being said, I'm not sure as far as trench warfare is concerned in this matchup, they're going to be able to hold up once Wisconsin starts running downhill. The problem I always have with laying points with Wisconsin, especially against teams with a pulse that may keep the back door open, is what you're going to get from the passing attack. And I definitely didn't see anything that left me brimming with confidence in their whitewashing of Illinois State last week. Yes, they won the game 38-0, but Graham Mertz, again, struggled to try and establish a downfield threat. Was 14-16, 200-plus yards. QBR won't wow anybody, but you look at what they have in Braylon Allen. I think he's the difference maker here. So I would lean towards Wisconsin and actually make a slight case to go over the total. I think Washington State will have a little bit of success testing a relatively inexperienced Wisconsin secondary.
You know, a week ago I would have thought this game was close to a pick. Now UAB opens at 4.5. They're 6.5 over a Liberty team that struggled but survived Southern Miss. What are you thinking here, Fuhrman?
Yeah, I want to lay it with the favorite, but to your point, LT, I don't think I'm stealing anything with where the number is now approaching a touchdown. These two teams played last year, as I know UAB fans know all too well, a game that did not go so well for the Blazers by any stretch of the imagination. You look at Liberty, they played not one, not two, but three quarterbacks in their 29-27 win against Southern Miss that went on what felt like for an eternity. What was interesting about that game is that Southern Miss only attempted 13 passes the entire game, and were still able to hang around, leaning on Frank Gore Jr. to run the football. I think UAB is a better football team. I think they're stronger on both the offensive and defensive side. But laying 6.5 here for the trip to Lynchburg doesn't do us any favors. The number were to come down or I had an opportunity to get UAB at any point live under a field goal, I'd be all in. But I think 6.5 is very fair, and not surprised this is the way the number moved.
I think the 4 biggest games of the day, all due respect to Alabama and Texas, is at night. And I know we want to talk NFL, so just give me something on Kentucky, Florida, or USC, Stanford, or Baylor, BYU, or Oregon State, Fresno State. Those are 4 really good quality football games that Saturday night.
Well, here, this is a nice, easy cop-out for me. We can go shameless plug for the Bet the Board podcast. Kentucky, Florida, and Baylor, BYU are actually 2 games we broke down in depth.
Perfect.
Our best bet for this week comes from one of those 2 games, so encourage folks to check all of that out. But we can attack the USC-Stanford game because it's one we didn't touch on. And when you look at USC, sure, the box score was tremendous. They went out there and they looked like the greatest thing since sliced bread, carving up the Rice Owls. But the reality of it is USC was the beneficiary of multiple non-offensive touchdowns, and we'll see if that can carry through. Rice had some success, especially on the first couple of drives, moving the football on the ground, taking advantage against the soft interior. Stanford's a team for me that I don't have high expectations for this year. I do like Tanner McKee at quarterback, but honestly, as square bare as it may sound, if this number were to move from 12 all the way down to 7, the only way for me to look is to lay the points with SC for the trip up to what should be a very quiet farm and a quiet rivalry as well. 2 teams that don't like each other very much in the Pac-12.
Fuhrman is at bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Bills and Rams open the season in the NFL tomorrow night. Started Bills favored 1 all the way up to 2.5. They are such a popular Super Bowl pick. How do you like them in this game against the Rams on the road?
Yeah, best storyline brewing for this, guys, and I'm not sure if you've seen it. There's actually no air conditioning in SoFi Stadium, so game time temperatures are expected to approach triple digits. Can't imagine Rams season ticket holders are going to be thrilled about this kind of atmosphere for the football game, and you wonder what kind of impact it could have on players that clearly aren't going to be up to full speed. You know, with the unorthodox start time at 5:20 on the West Coast, it could be a little bit toasty. In terms of the Bills' season outlook, look, this roster is extremely talented. There's no reason why they shouldn't be vying for an AFC championship or having a chance to win the first Super Bowl in franchise history, but I wonder what the transition will look like from Brian Daboll calling plays to Ken Dorsey. Dorsey's been on staff. Sean McDermott's been pretty outspoken about they don't want to run Josh Allen as much. He wants a slightly more balanced attack. I think that would do a disservice for what this team did so well. But at the same time, look, and I don't want to spoil LT's parade, I'm not as high on the Rams as a lot of people are with a legitimate shot to defend a Super Bowl crown. But if this number got out to 3, I think that's traveled a little bit too far, would make a slight case for the Rams. I actually lean under the total here. I think both of these offenses will have some struggles early on to find their momentum.
So like the AC is out in the stadium, or they?
No, from what I had read, and I'm trying to actually reach out and get clarification. They never built the $5 billion stadium with air conditioning. That's why it's open. It's why it's vented. And they figured in Los Angeles, the worst you're ever going to deal with was temperatures, in that high 80s, low 90s range. So I don't even think they have capabilities for air conditioning in there. It has nothing to do with the power grid. So I'm trying to dig into that story and figure out how it'll ultimately impact my handicap a little bit.
So they spent $5 billion on a facility
with no AC.
Yeah, and I know AC in a situation like that's probably $1 million, but come on.
Would you spend $5 billion?
There are a lot of curious decisions that get made in infrastructure, and this may go down as one. I can tell you from personal experience, we have air conditioning at Allegiant Stadium out here in Vegas. They thankfully didn't build a dome in the desert where we can't cool down the temperature.
Okay, Fuhrman, final one for me because Brown went with my Rams. I'm going to go with his Dolphins.
Yeah.
They're getting a lot of hype. They're laying 3.5 against a team they swept last year. We're not used to New England getting points, but this is a New England team that seems to be trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and it's a team that I honestly bet to miss the playoffs. I laid a price of $1.75 no more than about 2 weeks ago. I know that price has ticked up a little bit. And I think there's reason for concern with New England to figure out their offensive identity because the offensive line, which has been the building block and the hallmark of everything that Bill Belichick has done, isn't going to be the same. His reluctance to name an offensive coordinator can't leave any Patriots fan brimming with confidence. I think Mac Jones will be just fine, but he may have a little bit of a sophomore slump in this particular spot. And defensively, New England leaves a lot to be desired with some question marks in their secondary. As far as Miami's concerned, and we talk about the line move here, this game opened 3 during the summer. New England took the first money that came in, pushed it down to 2.5. And about 3 weeks ago, you started to see steady support for the Dolphins, took it out to a field goal, and yesterday it pushed through to 3.5. You guys know me well enough that I'm not going to advocate laying the worst of the number in a National Football League game that's moved through 3, but I would want no part of New England as an underdog here. Actually lean under the total a little bit. I'm led to believe that Jalen Waddle won't quite be 100% for the opener.
Yeah, he practiced without a sleeve on his leg today for the first time. Mike McDaniel continues to say he's very, very confident he'll play, so that is an interesting storyline for the former Bama receiver.
Yep, exactly. And I think even if he's out there, look, he doesn't have to be the primary bell cow now with Tyreek Hill and some talented weapons in the backfield. So knowing that the Dolphins don't have aspirations of just being a 500 football team, but trying to get to the postseason this year, better to err on the side of caution rather than push that knee too far if Waddle doesn't feel he's at least 80% for the opener.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman. You heard him say it. We tell you all the time, bettheboardpodcast.com. Bettheboardpodcast.com. That's a great place to start. Download those podcasts. Listen to some of those games he talked about when he answered Dunaway's question there, and much, much more. bettheboardpodcast.com. And follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. Always great info, Fuhrman. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Looking forward to a busy week of college football and finally seeing the pros kick off for some meaningful action. I've had enough of that preseason crap over the last 3 weeks.
Haven't we all? See you next week, buddy. All right, that's Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And the show brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com. That's pantsstore.com anywhere that you watch our show. Also, follow them on social media to stay up to date with their new arrivals at Pants Store on all the social media platforms. Game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me when I tell you, this is where your daughters and your wives, your girlfriends, any female in your life love to shop because it's game day gear made specifically for them. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. We've got 4 downs in our next segment. Then we'll talk to Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB, about their trip to play Liberty, who looked sluggish in their first game of the year. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 5, Mike Leach, who's about to take his team on the road to play Arizona, one of the games we talked a little about with Todd Fuhrman there. Leach got asked a question about marriage, and Mike Leach is the sitting guru of everything life. Here's Mike Leach.
Chance Lovertich got engaged. I don't know if you're aware of that. But I was going to see if you had any advice for him.
It sounds like I'm too late.
Oh, wow.
My best advice would either make sure that the ceremony and, on one hand, you'd like to do it after the season, but no sense torturing yourself. First advice, elope. Just eliminate all the, the family input, aggravation, constant change of course that exists with planning weddings, and the anxiety and the pressure that almost drives people to divorce before they even start. And the second would be, if you're not going to elope, let's get it done certainly by the off week, during the off week, and you can honeymoon it up a little bit during the off week. I think would be the, but once you made the decision, you got to get that deal in play. The other thing, continue to make sure that you hang out with your friends and pursue all the interests and things that you did that she fell in love with, that you fell in love with, so that, because there's nothing worse than 2 people that get married that try to act all domesticated because they think that's how married couples and old people behave.
Yeah. Great advice there, the last one. And she fell in love with you for a reason. So if you're a golfer or fisherman or hunter, then keep golfing and fishing and hunting. That's the man she fell in love with.
Did he use the phrase honeymoon it up?
Honeymoon it up. Unless you got a white dog that's going to go on the trip with you, then you can't do anything at that point. When we come back, 4 downs. That's still to come. Cowan Equipment brings us our poll questions every day. Taylor works on those for you at Next Round Live, where you can go vote. Make sure you follow us there. And it's brought to you by Cowan.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the show. New York Butcher Shop brings us our steak bet. I don't know if we have a ton lined up for this weekend yet, but we'll get some before the week is done. I am 4 stakes down, not off to a good start this college football season. Really would like to be even after week 1. Didn't work that way for me, but New York Butcher Shop will get you back to the best when it comes to steaks.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop, see Jim and all the fine folks there. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes is the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, by the way, the city of Chicago, not the city really, the Bears announcing they are pursuing building their own stadium and not using any city money for the actual structure. They'd want them to do all the stuff around the stadium, of course, but it's going to be in Arlington Park. They purchased that from Churchill Downs, and they're not horse racing there anymore. Over 300 acres of land out there, and they're going to spend a ton of money, they say, so they can host the Super Bowl in Chicago, the College Football National Championship in Chicago, and the Final Four in Chicago. So they're going to do that, and there's a good chance they can get out of their Soldier Field lease by paying $84 million in 2026. So we'll see how that goes in the city of Chicago. Right now, let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Let's do it.
Yeah, again, 4 locations for Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. 4 locations, soon to be a 5th. More information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More touchdowns, passing and rushing this weekend. Caleb Williams as USC goes to the farm to play Stanford, or Hendon Hooker as Tennessee goes on the road to play Pittsburgh. Caleb or Hendon?
Hendon Hooker to me, Lance. I think that's going to be a more up-paced offensive game than you get out of USC Stanford. I think Stanford will ugly it up.
I think Pittsburgh's defense is going to show up. Everybody's going to look to last year's Pittsburgh-Tennessee score and say this is going to be a major shootout. I think that game's going to go a little bit less. I don't think we're going to get a track meet. I could see USC Stanford be more of a track meet.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Stanford. It's been years since I watched pre-pandemic. Last time I watched Stanford.
They put 42 on USC last year. They put 41 up in week 1. USC's defense isn't quite there yet. So, yeah, I could see Caleb Williams have to actually make some plays and put up some numbers.
Second down.
More rushing yards this weekend. Anthony Richardson, Florida hosting Kentucky, or Bryce Young, Alabama at Texas. We saw him do 100.
I'll go Bryce Young. I think Kentucky will clamp down on those Richardson runs.
I'm going to go Richardson because that's such part of their offense. If they do clamp down, Kentucky's winning that game.
Yeah, I'm going to go Richardson.
Bryce can go out and spin. He can spin it for 400 yards and not even have a rushing yard, and Alabama still wins by 40.
I'll go Richardson as well. More of a traditional run for Alabama. Let's do third down.
Third down.
More passing touchdowns this weekend, just week 1. Josh Allen Thursday night in Los Angeles, or Aaron Rodgers in Minnesota. More passing touchdowns this weekend.
So I still think the Rams got a really good defense. Right now, Josh Allen's coming off maybe his greatest performance ever in a loss, that divisional game to Kansas City.
I'll go shootout in LA. I think it'll be Josh Allen. I think that's more offensive game than you get out of Green Bay and Minnesota.
I think Minnesota's going to be more offensive focused with Kevin O'Connell as head coach. So I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers.
You'll go Aaron Rodgers. If I said Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott this weekend, Dak, of course, at home against Tampa, who would you say more touchdowns?
Dak.
You'd go Dak?
Is that who you're going to start?
That helps me with my fantasy football. I got both of those.
Fourth down.
More total touchdowns this weekend. Okay, Jalen Hurts, total touchdown, rushing and passing. Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones, or Tua Tagovailoa. Obviously, the last two play each other.
I'll go Tua.
So Jalen's playing on the road in Detroit. Kind of like Detroit in that game, by the way.
By the way, everyone was really high in the chat room and in the draft on Jalen Hurts.
Everybody's high on the Eagles. The Eagles have now in Vegas gone to the favorite in the NFC East. I don't get that.
Yeah, me either.
Don't get that. But I'll go Jalen Hurts.
I'll go Tua as well. Nobody taking poor Mac Jones. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
And our friends at NASCAR getting ready for Talladega. A beautiful time of year to be outside of Talladega in October when we get back to the track.
877-GO-TO-DEGA. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is where you get the tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend, Friday, September 30th through Sunday, October 2. Don't forget that Chase Bryce weekend concert. He's going to be there, and opening up for him is Bailey Zimmerman. So you're going to want to see that with Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman at Talladega Superspeedway. Secure all of that by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. We talk with UAB head coach Bryant Vincent next on the Next Round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
We're calling it the Bryant Vincent Revenge Tour. UAB's on the road, taking on Liberty. Cashing receipts this weekend after a great start with a humongous crowd downtown. We'll tell you more about Legacy Credit Union. They bring you UAB's head coach every week, Browning.
And Coach Vincent with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. Congrats on the Week 1 win. How are you?
Doing great. Always good after a win. We got a lot of things to clean up and fix, but you're always satisfied with a win, ready to move on, and a lot easier to clean them up after a win than it is after a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. You may not be aware of this, but we also do a weekly segment on our video platform with the Miller twins, Damian and Damon. And talking with both of them Tuesday, this Liberty game feels personal for them. They did not like the way your team played against Liberty at Protective Stadium last year.
Without a doubt, there was a lot of hype and there was a lot of anticipation going into that game because, the stadium was just been such a long time coming to actually have it happen and having to play Jacksonville State on the road in Montgomery because it wasn't ready in time. And then, we get into the stadium and, it's 3-3 at half. We had a touchdown call back that would have put us up 10-3. So it's 3-3 at half. And to be honest with you, it is what it is. We just got our butt whooped in the second half. We didn't play good offense. We didn't tackle well on defense. We got outscored 33-9 in the second half. And really, they were just tougher than us that night. It's just really what it comes down to. So that's something that we take pride in, and being able to finish people in the fourth here, to being able to be tougher and UAB style winning games in the fourth quarter. And they kind of did our style against us, and it's something that, that still lingers.
I know you're a big-time competitor and you want to play teams at full strength, but you guys literally caught a break when Charlie Brewer breaks his hand. Liberty played 3 quarterbacks this weekend. They were able to survive in Hattiesburg, 29-27 and 4 overtimes. Those other quarterbacks that played, what do you see from those guys?
Okay, so Jonathan Bender, number 11, he's been their backup. So he was getting the second-string reps. I guess once they named Charlie the starter, really those 2 weeks going into game 1, and Caden Salter was number 3. Bender, from what against Southern Miss, he did some good things. He made some nice, easy throws. He threw a couple hitches, a couple slants, but I felt like he probably missed 4 guys that were wide open. And I think that their offense kind of just stalled for about 4 drives. And when Salter came in the second half, he just ignited them, and they were able to move the ball down the field. He extended 8 plays, 2nd 8, 2nd 10, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12. And he was able to extend those plays with his legs and get big chunk yards. But then again, he also sprinted out and rolled and got out of the pocket and threw 2 darts for touchdowns. But here's the thing that was impressive really for me with Salter was there's about 1:30 left in the game, and they're around the -30, and they had to drive the length of the field just to tie it up and go into overtime. So not only did he lead them down, it was 3rd and about 17, and he scrambled. He left the pocket and threw a dart to the tight end coming across, made it, I think, a 4th and 2. And they were able to convert on that one, and then he scrambles outside the pocket and hits DeMario Douglas in the right corner to send it into overtime. So one thing you can say about Liberty is to go on the road in a first game, to lose their starting quarterback in Charlie Brewer, to be down in the 4th But then to find a way to come out and win that game in 4 overtimes tells you a lot about the toughness and the mentality of their football team.
Is there I love our opportunities to talk to coaches, because in the media and fans, sometimes we're like, they're holding that back. They're saving that for their next game. They're not going to use that in this first game. They don't need that in the first game. How much of that is true, that you may have saved some stuff to unveil on Liberty? How much of that is planned, or just the progression of building the playbook as the year goes on?
I think there's a lot of it planned. I think that, going into the first game, we felt like when you don't really know what you're going to get necessarily from Alabama A&M and you're going on last year's film, I think that a lot of it, we just stuck to our base. And when we knew that we were comfortable in our base, and it actually provided a lot, losing Debo, Telly, and Schropp in that first drive, I thought our guys could go out and execute and play fast. And there's definitely going to be some things come out this game that we haven't seen.
Coach Bryant Vincent with us, courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
That gets me fired up, by the way.
I know, some things you haven't seen. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Coach, there are so many people that like to find the bad stories in sports. Charlie Good, one of your players, is a good story. Tell us the story.
Great story. Let me just tell you about Charlie. So Charlie's from here in Homewood High School, Homewood, Alabama. He came and walked on. And as the offensive coordinator last year, you build relationships with the scout team players because they're there all the time, and they're right after individual. You've got the scout team. So for really the rest of practice, you're with those guys. You're in meetings with those guys, showing them what it's supposed to look like, how it's supposed to be. This is the blitz. This is how he plays coverage. This is how they fit counter, and so forth. So every single day for last year, all fall and spring, Charlie did exactly what we asked him to do. He reminded me so much of Noah Wilder. Noah Wilder was the same way in 18. And Charlie, every day, he had a great attitude. He would bring it every single snap and scout. So then we go to the spring, and Charlie's with the threes. And Charlie's making about every single tackle with the threes. And I keep going into our staff meetings, and I used to tell them the same thing about Noah Wilder. I said, Charlie Good's going to play for us. I'm just telling you, this kid's going to play for us. So then he comes up to me this summer, right before we started fall camp. He goes, Coach, I'd like to get on the special teams depth chart. I know I can help this team win. And I said, Charlie, I agree with you, because I know what he's about. So I called Coach Thomas in, and we met on it. And he said, yeah, Coach, I'll gladly put him on some depth charts. And it wasn't 4 days later, Coach Thomas walks in my office. He goes, Coach, not only was that a good call putting Charlie on, but he's probably going to start on 2 or 3 special teams. And then to block the first punt, against Alabama A&M, it's just a testament to as a man and as a person, if you're the same guy every day and you're unselfish and you're doing it for the right reasons, you're doing it for the greater good, sometimes, and I hope a lot of times, the right things get rewarded.
So cool. That was his first play out, right, as a block punt. First play he's been on the field.
I was going to ask another question.
Give me 105 Charlie Goods,
I'm not. We'll let it go out on that.
Yeah, give me 105 Charlie Goods. That's
awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is terrific.
Our interview every week with Coach Vincent is brought to you by the great folks at Legacy, and he knows how important Legacy is to UAB, and all of you UAB fans do, and they're important to us too. And always we tell you at Legacy, no matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Good luck to you, Coach, man. Safe travels. Bring back that dub.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on. Go Blazers.
Thank you, Coach. Take care.
Yeah,
that gave me chills, though, that story about Charlie Good. How awesome is that, man?
Yeah, that's what legacy is about, too, about wherever you are in life. You start building that legacy, and that's the legacy he throws out there, working his way under the depth chart, making a play. You can learn more about Legacy by going to their website. Legacy, you can depend on them. They've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955, our friends at Legacy Credit Union. That's what the UAB program's built on, right? Having guys like that, getting their opportunity and getting on the field. Charlie Good there with a great story from Coach Vincent about the first game. Now week 2, a little tougher competition in Liberty.
Well, Lance is right, though. I mean, they're behind the 8 ball in quarterback.
Yeah, and Charlie Brewer I thought was going to be so good in this Hugh Freeze system, and he started out 3 of 4 and used his legs 3 times. I think they probably beat Southern Miss in regulation if Charlie Brewer doesn't go out. But he made the point that your number 3 guy, Caden Salter, comes in, makes things happen. Ended up being their leading rusher. I don't know. The thing that scares me is UAB runs the football so well. Frank Gore went 178 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Fuhrman brought this up. They only threw the football 13 times. They ran it 54 times for 252 yards.
Sounds like you like UAB in this spot.
Especially if it's simple, you can just run it as deep as they are.
I mean, I just don't know if Liberty can stop that run.
Yeah, and if you're a UAB fan, you've never seen a game at Liberty, or if you're watching that game as just a football fan, you'll be surprised about the on-campus facility and the crowd that they'll get for this game at Liberty if the weather is good. So that's a good one. UAB and Liberty as they go, what's that, 5 o'clock, right? That weird kick
5
time.
o'clock ESPN Plus.
ESPN Plus for that one. All right, part of the show brought to you by Wayne's. When we come back, we'll have some final thoughts. Our friends at Wayne's right now with a new deal for you as we move into this football season.
Yeah, absolutely, man. First of all, let me just say how much we love the people at Wayne's. Dunaway, you would agree, right? They handle my termites, all my pest control.
Since the first day, I remember Wayne's when I was a kid, but the first day that we started doing this venture and we went to lunch with them, I was fans of them from the get-go, just the way they run their business.
Yeah, well, summer is ending and lawns will soon be heading into dormancy, and a lot of times that's when you say, well, just forget about the lawn. No, sir. Yards of the month are made in the fall. That's when they're made, in the fall. You need the proper shutdown of the growing season, the correct nutrients and pre-emergent on the turf and root system. That ensures a weed-free, lush lawn summer. So you need to get on board right now with EnviroLawn if you have not done it. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. They will give you a free first month of EnviroLawn service when you use the code TNR, the next round, TNR. Tell them that's where you heard it, TNR for the next round. First month free with EnviroLawn service with Wayne, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, or go to callwaynes.com. Don't forget that code TNR. Get that lawn great for next summer right now.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This coming out of the coordinators talking today at Iowa. Offensive coordinator Brian Vincent, the coach's son, who some people think will have a shot at being the head coach when Kirk retires.
Well, you look at that offense, you can see why.
Wow.
He's the OC. Quote, frankly surprised and disappointed by our performance out there against South Dakota State.
I would be. They got 3 points.
Field goal.
And that's
safeties. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know how much better it's going to get against Iowa State.
Iowa this weekend, a game that usually we're excited about. And after that performance by Iowa,
not so much.
Yeah, I don't know how much. But Iowa State can still run the football. They did that the first week. They've got a lot of runners out there. Our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Rockstart is Wednesday night. That means
TRIVI. Finish with an A.
Yeah, it's Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every Wednesday night. Come join us. Get there a little early. We start at 8 o'clock, but get there and enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis. Been serving it up for 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come see us tonight. Me, Rocky, Will Haver, Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Building.
Nick Saban on the SEC teleconference moments ago said he was really impressed with how Isaiah Bond played, the freshman. He was mentioned by name by Nick Saban. Him and other freshmen, said the coach there. As the teleconferences continued, getting ready for Alabama's trip to Texas, a lot of you making the trip out to Austin. Will Anderson plans on being there as well, and he talks about why it's important for him and his mates to get to Quinn Ewers, the quarterback.
Important is it to kind of get early pressure and kind of get in his head? And is there anything you kind of do to maybe get in the quarterback's head?
For me, it's just play. Just go out there and play my game. But it's very important because, they haven't, you've probably seen a team like us before, and to go out there and, try to get him roused up a little bit, go ahead and get pressure on him early on it, I think it's very beneficial to, what we have to do to slow him down or slow the team down. So it's very important.
Yeah. What does he do to put pressure on the quarterback? I just play.
Yeah.
In other words, when I walk on the field, they know where I am.
I don't know if you guys noticed this watching Alabama early on when he and Turner were both still out there. If Utah State had third in anything more than 5 or 6, it was a draw, run up the middle. They did not think about standing back there and passing.
They were not going to sacrifice their season by chancing of losing their quarterback.
They had no interest in third and more than 5. I mean, it was just a run and punt every single time.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but I just assume Pete Golding's going to say, hey, look, we're going to stop Bijan Robinson. If yours can beat us through the air,
yeah,
so
have
be
at it.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, before we played this, Rockstar, just punch up, Forrester, the Quinn Ewers hair. I don't know if it's Quinn just out of the shower after a long practice. Maybe he was on the Peloton. I don't know.
Maybe he was under a car working on a
chewing on a piece of hay.
Working on a chassis. Does that look like a quarterback that's going to beat Alabama? Just, my cover.
Steven Garcia, what he looked like that day. I don't know.
A little cleaner than that.
Maybe. But I would say no.
Yeah, I would say no.
Honest to goodness, with that backdrop and everything, you just cover up that shirt, get rid of the logos, and you said, all right, had a chance to talk with Morgan Wallen today about his new release, or, Bebop Pumpkin Seed about his new country album.
Bebop?
Yeah, it's a good album.
Yeah.
No, that's somebody you see.
First album, Spittin' Seeds.
No, right. 4 o'clock on a Thursday in the main room at Floribama.
Yeah. At the 10th stage, please welcome Bebop Pumpkin Seed.
Or he comes out and says, I tell you what your problem is right there. I just noticed your chassis it's a little loose there under the back right tire.
I got some ball bearings here in my pocket.
You witnessed the crime. What happened? There's this guy, right? And he's talking to this girl. I don't know if they were together, but they's fighting like cats and dogs, man.
Quinn Ewers on getting caught up in the hype with Alabama coming to town.
So much hype surrounding this game. Game day is going to be here. The place is going to be electric. How do you guys stay focused on the task at hand with all the circus atmosphere going around here Saturday?
Yeah, Coach Sark had a good point in today's team meeting. He said, yeah, college game day is coming, but so what? We're not going to be able to see it. We're not going to be there. But obviously, it's a great opportunity, and I'm super excited.
I like Rockstar's voice better.
Oh, shucks.
I wish he talked like that.
I did too.
Yeah. Quinn Ewers, though, now he got paid money coming out of high school to go to Ohio State, got paid more money coming to Texas. He's been an NIL darling.
Gun for hire.
And really, this is only his first big game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, he's got to start paying for himself now.
He's got a game against La Monroe. That's it.
Yep. Didn't play at Ohio State.
Yeah. He's played against La Monroe.
Didn't he leave high school early, too?
He did. He sacrificed his last year of high school to go sit and make money.
Yeah, to make money because he couldn't make money. So he forfeited he hadn't played since his junior year of high school.
Yeah, and this will be by far the fastest defense he's ever seen. He's seen Ohio State in practice. Yeah, this live bullets, this is going to be a lot different.
Oh,
I will be shocked if he goes out and plays at a high level.
And I think Alabama secondary is really, really good. I mean, not only do you get pressure from Anderson and Turner, but that's a dang good secondary.
Well, that's what. And yesterday, Chip Brown was asking about the corners for Alabama, and I was like, well, they actually play 4.
Yeah, they got 4. They can't decide on the 2. They got 4. Billingsley's out of this game. I don't know about Agiye Hall. He's eligible now, but I don't know if he's going to play. They got Xavier Worthy's a really good receiver, but what do they have that can beat Alabama's secondary too?
Yeah. Heavenly birthday for Eazy-E. You got about. After Brownie tells us about MyBookie, you'll have about 15 seconds to drop your best Eazy-E line, okay?
Okay, I'll be quick, man. Hey, Bills and Rams kicking off. Kick off the NFL regular season now with MyBookie.ag. Get a winning season, MyBookie.ag. If you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. $250, get you $500 in your account. You can use it right away. Claim that bonus. Register today at MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag. Code next round Eazy-E.
I got to do something clean. Yo, boy, wearing corduroy. Money up to here, but unemployed. Keep slinging that rock because my pocket's getting fatter. And I'll leave it at
that. That's good. That's good. Well, we appreciate you being with us today. We are back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Again, Tom Luginbill, Todd Fuhrman, of course, UAB coach Brian Vincent, all with us today. Podcasted at nextroundlive.com or on our YouTube channel, where we always encourage you to hit the thumbs up button, like and subscribe on all of our media platforms. The replay starts in just a second on a lot of those platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.